you serious? I was fucking. Oh, of course. Of course. That's fantastic. That is nice. That is absolutely nice. Guys, my apologies. Let me do that all again. What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to Mets Weekly, as we are live at this very moment on YouTube and on X for watch-along coverage of Mets versus Diamondbacks, Game 11 of 162, the first of this three-game set. Before we start, make sure to subscribe for live episodes of the Mets Weekly podcast following every single regular season series. If you guys did not catch the last edition of the Mets Weekly podcast that both Carson and Andrew filmed last night, make sure you guys check that out. They went over and broke down the Giants series, where the Mets, of course, took 3 out of 4. For those of you watching or listening on playback and want to join the conversation in the future, make sure to turn on our post notifications to know when we go live. Make sure to follow Mets Weekly on X, TikTok. Follow us individually. The links are all down below in the fucking what the why did that mute again? Why is my thing muting? Why am I having this sucks. I seriously, guys, I apologize. I don't know why. For some reason, my mic just keeps going in and out. Okay, seems good right now. Okay, I'm gonna keep an eye on that because of course, I don't want to be cutting in and out. I'm sorry, guys, for the choppy start to this. I really do apologize. Of course, this game wasn't supposed to start right now because, of course, we saw it last night. They decided to move up the game today and the game tomorrow to 4 o'clock when realistically they should have been 7 o'clock games. So apparently my computer and my microphone don't want to cooperate with me right now. For now, though, at least for the last minute or so, the mic's been better. So thank you guys. Sorry for the technical delay. As always, that sucked. But what is going on, people? We're here, another watch along, another post game stream as well afterwards, and of course the Mets kick off this Diamondback series, the first out of the 3 games. And of course, we all saw what happened in the last series. Mets took 3 out of 4 against the San Francisco Giants. They're currently riding high on a 3-game winning streak. The offense over the last 3 games has been really good. Let's see if it can carry over into this series. Of course, with Zach Gallen on the mound for the Diamondbacks, the Mets offense over the past couple years hasn't really done a good job at hitting a guy like Zach Gallen. But of course, there's a lot of new blood in this offense, a lot of new players. So let's see if these new players can see Zach Gallen a bit better, and let's see if they can actually do damage of Zach Gallen, because we know for the last couple years Zach Gallen hasn't exactly been himself, or the 2022-2023 version that we could have potentially saw Zach Gallen possibly challenge and win a Cy Young or two. He hasn't really been the same over the last 2 years. That, of course, that hasn't stopped this Mets offense from not really seeing him well, like I mentioned before. But like I said, let's hope with the new players, with the new blood. Let's see if anything changes, and let's see if this offense can carry over their success from the Giants series over into this 3-game set against the Arizona Diamondbacks. But guys, before the game officially starts and before I get into the comment section, let's just go over the starting lineups. So leading off and playing second base for the Arizona Diamondbacks, it is Ketel Marte. Batting second and playing right field, it is Corbin Carroll. Batting third and playing shortstop, Geraldo Perdomo. Batting fourth and catching for them is Gabriel Moreno. Batting fifth and DHing, it is Del Castillo. Batting sixth and playing third base, it is Nolan Arenado. Batting seventh and playing first base for them is Ildemaro Vargas. Batting eighth and playing center field, it is Alek Thomas. And batting ninth and playing left field for them, it is Barosa. And then, of course, on the mound for the Diamondbacks, like I mentioned before, it is Zach Gallen. Over to the Mets side of things, leading off and playing shortstop for them, it is Francisco Lindor. Batting second and playing third base, Bo Bichette. Batting third and DHing, it is Jorge Polanco. Batting fourth and playing center field, it is Luis Robert Jr. Batting fifth and playing right field, Brett Baty. Batting sixth and playing first base, Mark Vientos. Batting seventh and playing second base, Marcus Semien. Batting eighth and playing left field, Carson Bench. And batting ninth and catching is, of course, Francisco Alvarez. And then on the mound for the New York Mets, it is the ace of the staff, Freddie Peralta, who of course is going to make his third start of the season and his second Citi Field start. Of course, his first start and first Citi Field start being the opening day start against the Pittsburgh Pirates and Paul Skeens, and then his second start was in St. Louis, where of course he had another decent outing. So let's see if Freddie Peralta can have another solid to decent outing here against this Diamondbacks lineup. But anyway, guys, the game is about to start in about 4 minutes. So let's go into the comment section, see what you guys are doing. BBA, what is going on as always? Late as fuck, I just know it. We weren't late today. Wasn't late, but I had microphone issues, so I guess that cancels out. I guess, if you want to count that. Yeah, I know I was muted. Yeah, even my computer can't stand listening to me. And Tony, what is going on? What's up, Matt? What is going on, Tony? Not sure how many, viewers we're gonna get today, considering that, of course, like I mentioned before, the game got moved up to 4 o'clock, so, I anticipate a lot of people are still at work. Maybe, the later on we get into the game around like 5:30, 6 o'clock, 6:30, we'll of course get more people, because, of course, people are coming out of work, but for now, it is just us here. Me, BBA, Tony, and then whatever viewers who are watching and not commenting away. But of course, guys, as always, if you guys have any questions, comments, concerns, of course, comment away, because that's why we're here. We're here to interact with each other, and you guys keep me company, I keep you guys company, and we're gonna interact throughout this whole game. That's how these watch-along streams work, and that's why they're all great, because there's constant interaction between me and you guys in the chat. But anyway, guys, also for any of you guys watching Twitter streams, I recommend that if you want to see your comments viewed, it is a bit easier if they come through the YouTube side. But of course, it is your choice at the end of the day. If you want to watch on Twitter, by all means, that is fine by you. They still do come through, but we tend to see that the YouTube comments come through a bit easier, and they are a bit easier to read. But like I said, if you guys want to just watch on Twitter, that's cool by me. As long as you guys are watching and you guys are entertained, that's all that matters to me. But yeah, guys, we're 2 minutes away from the start of this game, and hopefully the Mets can take advantage of this Diamondbacks team, which their offense really to start this year hasn't been too good. If I believe I'm correct, I believe that the Diamondbacks, their offense has not scored more than 2 runs through any game in this season. Of course, if I'm wrong, please correct me, but I believe that's what I saw either off a YouTube video yesterday or I saw off Twitter. So this Diamondbacks offense has been struggling. Of course, I mean, there are, the top of the lineup that you have to worry about, because Ketel Marte, Corbin Carroll, and Perdomo, they're all, elite hitters. They're all dangerous at the plate. Of course, you still have Nolan Arenado on the back end of this lineup, even though he's not the same Nolan Arenado that we've seen him playing when he was in Colorado and, of course, St. Louis. But he could still do damage, if you give him a pitch to hit. Gabby Moreno is not a bad either. Ildemaro Vargas, like Andrew mentioned on the podcast yesterday, which I didn't even notice, but apparently Ildemaro Vargas is a Mets killer. I personally, I don't know his stats. I could, look him up for you guys just to, confirm this. But yeah, let's see. Let's see how bad he kills the Mets. Because I was surprised to hear that what Andrew said yesterday, that Vargas has good numbers against us. So let's see. All right, yeah, that's pretty good. So Ildemaro Vargas is hitting .305 with 25 hits, a home run, 17 RBIs, 7 runs scored in 30 games against the Mets in his career. All right, so that is certainly someone to keep an eye on. And of course, guys, we all heard the news yesterday, which of course Andrew and Carson were breaking it down and talking about it yesterday. Of course, the Mets are going to be without Juan Soto for the next 2 to 3 weeks. Of course, he got put on the IL yesterday because he had a light hamstring strain, or it was either Achilles or a hamstring. It was one of those two. But anyway, he's going to be missing the next 2 to 3 weeks. Of course, it sucks because you never want to miss a guy like Soto out of this lineup, because I mean, the guy is arguably the 3rd best hitter in baseball, and of course the top 5 player in all of baseball. So of course you don't want to miss that production, but I'm really not too worried as of right now, because we saw how much this offense, really start to pick it up, especially after Soto got hurt. So, and listen, I'm not expecting this offense, to put up, like I said, like 8, 9, 10 runs every single game. But, if this offense could be just, proactive and they're putting up 5, 7, 6 runs a game and they're being consistent, I still think this Mets team can win baseball because we've seen that this Mets pitching staff has been really good over the first 10 games or so. Of course, David Peterson was really the only shaky start, but here we go, guys. First pitch of the game from Freddie Peralta. His fastball misses outside, and we are underway from Citi Field for the first of this 3-game set, Mets Diamondbacks. And of course, Ketel Marte is leading off for them. Here we go. The 1-0 pitch from Peralta. And Marte swings and misses with that high fastball. Count's tied up at 1-1. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Marte swings and misses again through that fastball, so Freddie Peralta is quickly ahead of the count. 1-2. All right, here's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball misses outside. Count at 2-2. Holy shit. All right, 2-2 pitch. And fastball missed apparently, and I don't know why Francisco Alvarez didn't challenge that because that would have been easily strike 3. But okay, full count now to Freddie Peralta. Now here's the 3-2 pitch. And Marte's going to line that ball into center field. That's going to get down for the Diamondbacks' first hit of the ball game. So Ketel Marte has a leadoff single here for the Diamondbacks in the first inning. All right, now here's the dangerous hitter of Corbin Carroll up here. And curveball gets in there. Peralta ahead, 0-1. All right, now here's the 0-1 pitch. Beautiful change up there by Freddie Peralta. Gets Corbin Carroll chasing, swinging at that, and he's quickly ahead, 0-2 now. All right, here we go. 0-2 pitch here from Peralta. Into his windup. Changeup misses low and away. So now a 1-2 count here to Corbin Carroll. Here's a 1-2 pitch from Peralta. Beautiful change up there by Freddie Peralta. He gets Corbin Carroll to go after that and swings and misses for the first strikeout of the game and for the first out of the inning. Go to work there by Freddie. Go get the defensive alignment for the Mets. So, of course, we got Robert in center, Benj and Beatty at the corners, Bichette and Vientos in the corners of the outfield, and then Lindor stemming up the middle, and then Alvarez behind the dish. All right, here's Peralta versus Perdomo. And Perdomo lines that ball into center field. Robert's going to track back on that, and he's going to make the catch for the second out of the inning. So first pitch, Perdomo, first pitch swing in there, and he lines out to Luis Robert Jr., and Peralta now has 2 outs here in the top of the first. And Gabby Moreno will come up here for the Diamondbacks. All right, good start here by Freddie. Now get Moreno here, and let's get up to hit. Windy day at Citi Field. Of course, the American flag blowing there. All right, here's the 0-0 pitch from Peralta. Gets that fastball on the corner of the zone, so he's ahead 0-1. Moreno batting .233 so far this season with no home runs, 2 RBIs, and a .581 OPS. Now here's the 0-1 pitch by Peralta. And he swings and misses over that slider. Good pitch there by Peralta, and now he's quickly ahead of Moreno 0-2. Peralta 1 strike away from getting this to the bottom of the first. Come on, Freddie. Let's go. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Slider in the dirt. Good block there by Alvarez to keep Ketel Marte there at first base. 1-2 count.
Here's the 1-2 pitch by Peralta. Slider again, or sorry, curveball is laid off there by Moreno. So count is now back to 2-2. Peralta so far with 15 pitches through the first inning. Lulu, what is going on? Come on, Freddie, put him away. And here's Peralta into his windup. The pitch. Fastball misses on the lower part corner of the zone. Moreno has got the count back to 3-2. Come on, Freddie. Come on, Freddie. Don't walk him. Adrian Del Castillo on deck here for the Diamondbacks. Here's the 3-2 pitch by Peralta. Fastball misses low and away. So Peralta had, Peralta had Moreno on an 0-2 count, and he walks him on 4 straight balls. So now the Diamondbacks have runners at first and second with 2 outs. Pantries, what is going on? I currently have the audio off right now, so yeah, I don't know if it's low for anybody, but if anyone else can confirm or deny for Pantries, please do. All right, here's Castillo now up here for the D-backs. Slider misses low and in, so Castillo is ahead 1-0. Come on, Freddie. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Fastball clips the top of the zone. Count back to 1-1. 93-mile-an-hour fastball there by Freddie Peralta. Peralta into his windup, the 1-1. Beautiful curveball there by Peralta. Gets Del Castillo swinging and missing at that, and now he's ahead 1-2. Beautiful curveball. Started right outside the zone and just dipped right back in. And Del Castillo can hold up on that one. Now here's the 1-2 pitch. Change up low and away, and Del Castillo lays off on that one. Count back to 2-2 now. Come on, Freddie. Come on, don't fuck around here. Just put him away. Nolan Arenado on deck here for the Diamondbacks. Here's the 2-2. And slider is hit, but fielded cleanly by Semien. Over to first, 3 outs. So Freddie Peralta gives up the leadoff base hit to Ketel Marte, got Corbin Carroll and Perdomo out, walked Gabriel Moreno, but is able to avoid any damage there as he gets Del Castillo to ground out to Marcus Semien. We now head to the bottom of the first, where Lindor, Bichette, and Polanco will face off against Zach Gallen. So not a pretty start there by Freddie. Wasn't perfect. Command was a little bit off, but of course he was able to avoid any damage there. So it's a decent inning for him, but hopefully he starts to clean up the velocity, or not the velocity, but cleans up the command as we head into the second innings and beyond. All right, let me just update the scoreboard for you guys. And G, what is going on? Freddie trolling in the first inning for no reason other than to raise every Mets fan's blood pressure. I mean, we have kind of noticed that his second start was a little bit better, but at least not the Cardinals game, but the Pirates game, his command was kind of even though I say that because he wasn't walking a ton of guys, but I mean his sharp ace stuff wasn't exactly there in that start, and we saw the Pirates kind of get a couple base hits off them. So his second start though against the Cardinals in St. Louis was a bit better. But hopefully it's just a first inning thing, and hopefully his command gets better as we move on through the game. Pantries hoping to get the Gallen. Our past lineups, he struggled against him a ton. Yep, like I mentioned at the start of the live stream, and feels like Freddie struggles in the cold. Possibly. And of course, this game was supposed to be a 7 o'clock game, like I mentioned before, and it got moved up to 4 o'clock, so maybe that kind of, messed with his rhythm a little bit, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. But listen, at least he didn't go up any runs in the first inning. That's the important thing. All right, but here's Zach Gallen on the mound here for the Diamondbacks. has had a decent start to the season so far. All right, here's Lindor leading off for the Mets. First pitch by Zach Gallen. Fastball misses low, so Lindor is ahead 1-0. And Lindor is a pretty good hitter against the Diamondbacks in his career, 48 for 140. Pretty good batting average. Here's the 1-0 pitch from Gallen. Takes that fastball up and in for a strike. Count to 1-1. Pantry's saying, come on, Lindor, let's start out hot. You've been ice cold so far. I mean, he had some decent ABs in the Giants series, but overall you want to see him be better. Good take there by Lindor. Takes that changeup low, or takes the sinker low and away. 2-1. Of course, we got Keith and Gary on the call here for the Mets. Here's the 2-1 count to Lindor. Fouls off that high and away fastball. Count back to 2-2. 70 guys watching right here on the watch along. As always, make sure you guys leave a like and subscribe. Hit the notification bell as well, and share the live stream as well. Of course, thank you guys always for your guys' support. But here's the 2-2 pitch from Gallen. And Lindor hits that ball through the hole for a base hit. Francisco Lindor has a leadoff hit here for the Mets, and the Mets have their first base runner of the game. So good piece of hitting there by Lindor. And now Bo Bichette will come up here for the Mets as he looks to continue, or he looks to add on from his hot series in San Francisco, where he had a couple multi-hit games and drove in a couple runs as well. Maybe even hits a home run. You know, Bo Bichette's still looking for his first home run as a Met. All right, here's Gallen's first pitch to Bichette. Takes that fastball up and in for a strike. Bichette behind 0-1. Lindor delivered. Yup, MG. All right. Gallen checks Lindor over to first base with throw over, but he's back in safely. So that's one disengagement there for Gallen. All right, here's the 0-1 pitch from Gallen, and Bichette fouls off that slider. So Gallen ahead 0-2 here. And right here from the Mets score bug here, but the Mets outscored the Giants 24-5 over the final 3 games of that 4 games in San Francisco. So nice to see that the offense is taking the next step. And Bichette hits that ball through the hole. That's going to get through. Bo Bichette with a single here. Lindor moves over to second base. And back-to-back singles here for the New York Mets in the first inning, courtesy of Lindor and Bo Bichette. And they have something cooking here in the first inning. And now Jorge Polanco will come up to the plate for a chance to give the Mets an early 1-0 lead. Good hitting there by Bo Bichette again using the opposite field, which is his strongest suit and his strongest ability as a hitter. There we go, Bo. Just keep on hitting. Keep on hitting, Bo. That's what we want to see. Of course, here is Polanco now here up for the Mets. 188 batting average so far through the season. No home runs, an RBI, and a 579 OPS. Even though his numbers don't look good, though, but Polanco has had a couple of base hits here and there throughout the first couple series. Here's the first pitch from Gallen, but he's going to step off and check Lindor back at second base. So that's one disengagement there for Gallen here in this AB. Oh, boys. Here's the first pitch to Polanco. It goes after that changeup and fouls it off. Gallen ahead 0-1. Pantry saying Lindor, Soto, Bichette has got to be one of the scariest 1, 2, 3 to face in baseball. I mean, it definitely is. You have three very good hitters that all make very good contact, and of course, you know, Bichette's not an ideal power hitter, but he's shown, you know, that he is capable of hitting some home runs. Of course, Soto, career high last year with home runs with 41. Polanco fouls off that changeup inside. Gallen now ahead 0-2, and of course, you know, Lindor's an all-around good hitter as well. So, yeah, all 3 of them are very good versatile hitters at the plate. So it is very dangerous. Hopefully, when Soto gets back, we start to see those 3 guys, you know, all hit their stride at the same time. Here's Stanley here. What is going on, Stanley? Good afternoon as well. LGM, of course. All right. Here's the 0-2 pitch here by Zach Gallen. Into his windup, the pitch. And Polanco hits that ball, and that's going to get off Nolan Arenado's glove, and that's going to roll in between. And the Mets have bases loaded here as Lindor, Bichette, and Polanco all have singles here in the first inning, and the bases are loaded with no outs here for the Mets. And Luis Robert will come up with a big RBI opportunity here in the top of the first for the Mets. Good hitting there by Polanco, and Nolan Arenado unable to field that ball cleanly. It was kind of in his glove for a second, and then it popped out, but hey, you take him any way you can get him. And the Mets here start with 3 straight singles here. And Luis Robert Jr. has a chance here to give the Mets an early lead. Here's the first pitch here by Gallen. Did he go or did he hold up? Let's see what the... Okay, yep, first base umpire confirms. He held up, so good take there by Robert. He's ahead 1-0 in the count. Robert has reached base safely in all 8 starts this year. Hopefully he can do it again right here. All right. 1-0 pitch here to Robert. Bat swing there. Swings at that cutter outside. 1-1. Come on, Lou Bob. Let's go. Yep, hell yeah, Patrice. Nice to see. Come on, Robert. The 1-1. Damn. Cutter caught the bottom of the zone, but that was... Robert should challenge that. He would have won there, but now it's 1-2. Brett Beatty on deck here for the Mets. I don't know why he didn't challenge that. All right, here's the 1-2 pitch here by Gallen. The pitch. And Robert swings and misses for a strikeout. Gallen gives up 3 straight singles to load up the bases, but he gets a huge strikeout there on Robert for the first out of the inning. Come on. Should have challenged that. Should have challenged that last one. Or the one before the strikeout. We got him with the cutter on the outside part of the plate, and he just swung right under it. Come on, Brett. Let's go. Fucking hit a sack. Don't just nothing on the dirt, please. All right, takes that changeup low and away. 1-0. Come on, put the ball in the air. Put the ball in the air. I'll take a sacrifice fly. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Beatty. Swings and misses at that changeup. Low and away. 1-1. Come on, man. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Beatty. And he hits that ball into the outfield. That should be enough to score a run. Thomas gets onto that, makes the catch. Lindor will tag up, and that will be the first run for the Mets here in this ballgame. So the Mets take an early 1-0 lead there on a sac fly by Brett Beatty. And for that, of course, got to play the song. Where is it? All right, so Mets grab the early 1-0 lead here. Hopefully, and now Vientos is up, and of course he's coming off his hot series in San Francisco. Hopefully he comes through with a base hit here to drive in another run. Hopefully they do, because listen, I'll take the lead here, but if the Mets only get 1 run here, I think that'd be a bit disappointing. But come on, Vientos, let's go. Continue your hot stretch. Good take there. Takes that cutter low and away for a ball. 1-0. Yep, nice Beatty. Better than nothing. Yeah, good productive out. Carson must be pissed that Beatty did that. Can't complain now. And Tony saying finally, at least he didn't hit into a double play. That's the big thing for Beatty. All right, here's the 1-0 pitch from Gallen. Vientos takes that cutter on the outside part of the plate for a strike. 1-1. Vientos calls time here. Mark. Here's the 1-1 pitch. And Vientos hits that ball. He's going to drive it up to center field, but it's not going to be enough. Alec Thomas gets underneath it to record the final out of the inning. So the Mets load up the bases with 3 straight hits, courtesy of Lindor, Bichette, and Polanco. but they are only able to drive in 1 run on the sacrifice fly by Brett Beatty. So we head to the top of the 2nd inning with the Mets up 1-0. Can't lie, bit disappointing. I'll take the lead, of course. I'm not going to complain that the Mets have the lead right here, but you load up the bases, you have no outs. Kind of would like more than 1 run, but I will take the lead. And the Mets do have Peralta on the mound, so hopefully he provides another solid inning for them. And let me just update the scoreboard for you guys here. You can see the difference in hitting approach with that idiot Chavez gone 100%. It's time for Vientos to prove that that the great series he had against Giants wasn't a fluke. He flew out there, but it's 1 AB. He'll have many more in this series, hopefully. Damn, got onto that. Yup, and Sand, what is going on? Bases loaded, no outs at 1 run. Yeah, like I said, a bit disappointing, but I will take the early lead. I'm not gonna put because there were plenty of times last year where we saw the Mets had these situations and they didn't get any runs at all. So I will take that. Again, like I said, a bit disappointing. You wanted to see more than 1 run, but I will take the early lead, especially when you have a guy like Freddie Peralta on the mound. All right, and Del Castillo made the last out here for the Diamondbacks in the 1st inning. So Arenado will lead off, followed by Ildemaro Vargas and Alek Thomas here for the D-backs. Yeah, and like I said, Sam, hate to see it, but you take the run indeed. All right, let's see what Peralta's got for us here in the 2nd inning. All right, here's Peralta here and misses away with that first pitch. So Arenado is ahead of the count, 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Fastball hits the zone. Count back to 1-1. Pantry saying, I'll take the run. Gallen usually owns us for 7 innings with no runs. Lol. Yeah, I remember me and Evan were at a game last year where we faced Gallen, and Gallen had a pretty good start against the Mets. So Peralta misses with that slider low and away. Down in the count 2-1 to Arenado. And Angie's saying at least they actually got a hit with a run score position. It may seem like a low bar, but when you compare it to last year's team, and Arenado's going to drive that ball out to left field, but Carson Bench is going to get under it to make the first out of the inning. So, Arenado made good contact on that up and in fastball, but Bench is able to get to that to record the first out of the inning. So good play there by Bench. The Mets would probably strike out 3 straight times there. Yeah, I mean, like I said, we saw plenty of that last year, so it's nice to see that they got the run in there. But here's Ildemaro Vargas, has good numbers against the Mets, like I stated before, and he's had a pretty good start to this year so far. 6 for 11, 1 home run, a couple RBIs, and an OPS just under 1,500. All right, Peralta gets that curveball in there, and he's ahead of Vargas here, 0-1. Good pitch there. Yep, preach, NG, preach. All right, here's Peralta into his windup, the 0-1. And Vargas fouls off that fastball up. So Peralta quickly had 0-2 here. Come on, Freddie, put him away here. The 0-2 pitch. Fouls off that changeup, so Vargas still in the count. Peralta about to throw his 30th pitch of the game right here. The 0-2. And changeup is hit up the middle, but fielded clean. Oh, Lindor fucking booted that ball. Come on, Lindor. You got to be fucking better than that, man. Should be 2 outs there. It was a weird hop that came up on him, but damn it. All right. And he made the pitch. It was a changeup. He hit it right off the top of the head of the bat, and just that's an error there for the Mets. All right, Peralta misses with that high fastball, high and away for a ball, 1-0 as he faces Alek Thomas here. 1-0 pitch. Changeup misses low. So Peralta behind the count 2-0 here to Alek Thomas, who started off slow so far this season with a 138 average, no home runs, 4 RBIs, and a 408 OPS. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Curveball misses low. So 3-0 count here to Alek Thomas. Here's a 3-0. Fastball gets in there for a strike. Count is now 3-1. Come on, Freddie. Here's the 3-1 pitch. And he gets Alek Thomas to swing and miss that fastball on the outside part of the plate. So Peralta works to count back to 3-2. Thomas calls time here. Jorge Barrosa on deck here for the Diamondbacks. Here's the 3-2 pitch by Peralta. Fastball misses low and away for a walk, and the Diamondbacks now have runners at first and second here in the top of the second inning with only 1 out. NG saying you can definitely see the cold weather taking effect in pitching and defensive play. Got to learn to play in the cold now because God knows how it'll be in October. I don't think that was anything to do with the cold. There it was just he got a bad bounce. Sorry, and it just came up on him. You could argue should Lindor maybe read a little bit better. Yeah, you could, but it wasn't a great bounce there. But come on, now here's Barrosa up here for the Diamondbacks. Three for 13 to start the season so far. No home runs, no RBIs, and a 692 OPS. Here's the first pitch, and Barrosa bunts that, but it's going to be fielded cleanly by Alvarez over to first base, so 2 outs. But the runners do move up 90 feet each, so the Diamondbacks now have runners second and third, but there are 2 outs now away here for the Mets here in the second inning. So Barrosa did his job there as a sacrifice man, but of course now the Diamondbacks do need a hit here to bring in a run. Sacrifice fly wouldn't do it for them, but dangerous hitter here, and Ketel Marte now up here for the Diamondbacks, as the Diamondbacks are back to the top of the order here. Alvarez calls times here, as I guess the pitch comm isn't working for them. How much slack are we giving Lindor this year? I'm not giving him slack on that one. It was just, from my point of view, it was a bad bounce. That's all I'm saying. Listen, I didn't give him slack, or I didn't give him any leeway on when he forgot how many outs there were in the Cardinals game, and I didn't give him any leeway when he got picked off first base. I just thought on that play, sure, of course, you could say that Lindor maybe should have read the play a little bit better, but bad bounce just came up on him. But listen, I'll hold Lindor accountable when I see that it's a bad mistake. That one, I think it's 50-50. Peralta misses with that fastball high and away, so he's behind in the count to Ketel Marte 2-0. So I love Lindor, but I'm going to hold him accountable. Like I said, I just think on that play, I thought it was just a bad bounce, or a bad hop, sorry. All right, here's the 2-0 pitch by Peralta. Beautiful changeup there, gets Ketel Marte swinging and missing, gets the count back to 2-1. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Beautiful changeup again. Gets Ketel Marte swinging and missing on that. Peralta now gets the count back to 2-2. Come on, Freddie. Put him away. Put him away here. Beautiful changeup. Beautiful. All right. Here's Peralta. He's now into his windup. The 2-2 pitch. Ketel Marte just fouls off that curveball to stay alive in the AB. Count still 2-2. Come on, Freddie. Here's a 2-2 pitch. Beautiful changeup again by Peralta. 3 straight changeups there for Peralta. Or, sorry, not 3 straight changeups, but 3 changeups that Ketel Marte swings and misses over. And Peralta gets into a little bit of trouble here in the second inning, courtesy of an error there by Lindor and a walk by Peralta. But a big strikeout there by Freddie Peralta on Ketel Marte as he's able to escape out of the jam here. So the Mets strand runners there for the Diamondbacks to second and third, as now we head to the bottom of the second with the Mets still up 1-0. Peralta's changeup so far is working really good in this game. Definitely like to see that. All right, let me just update the scoreboard now for you guys. Here we go. 105 of you guys watching here the live stream. As always, make sure you guys hit the like button, subscribe, hit the notification bell as well, share the live stream as well. Of course, the more viewers we get, the better for us, and the more entertained, not only you guys will be, but also us. So, it works in a tandem. But as always, thank you guys for your support as always. But here we go. Vientos made the last out of the inning there as he flew out to Alec Thomas. So Marcus Semien, Carson Bench, and Francisco Alvarez will hit here for the Mets at the bottom of the second. Well, that's a big loss for the Cubs there. As Craig Counsell just announced for them that Cade Horton to undergo season-ending elbow surgery. So big loss there for the Cubs. That's a big piece of their starting rotation there. Let's go around the league for you guys so far. So White Sox and Orioles currently playing right now. White Sox up on them 2-0 in the top of the 5th. White Sox have been winning a couple games lately. Of course, they're up 2-0 here. They just swept the Blue Jays, defending the American League champions. And then the Guardians beat the Royals 2-1 earlier today. Shay, what's going on? This format really works. Thank you. No problem, Shay. We're here and we're doing this because we love baseball and we love the Mets. But Semien is in here up against Zach Allen. He's ahead of the count 2-0. Come on, Marcus. Let's go. Marcus Semien had a much better series in San Francisco, like a bunch of Mets players. Let's see if his form continues into this season. Or into the series. He skies that and he gets under that fastball. Arenado gets under that and he basket catch there by Nolan Arenado as he records the first out there, and then Marcus Semien infield pop-up. So 1 out away here for the Diamondbacks in the second inning. And now Carson Bench will be up here for the Mets. Yep, nice catch indeed, Pantries. Listen, we all know that, even though Arenado's bat has kind of taken a step back, we know that he's still an elite defensive player at third base. Of course, multi-time Platinum Glove winner, multi-time Gold Glove winner at the hot corner for both the Rockies and the Cardinals. Here's Bench up here for his first AB of the day. Takes that fastball low and away. Bench so far struggling so far through the early part of the season. Currently a 100 batting average, 1 home run, 3 RBIs, only a 406 OPS. Hopefully his luck starts to turn around. Takes that changeup, bottom part of the strike zone for a strike. Count back to 1-1. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Gallen. Bench takes that changeup in the dirt, so he's ahead of the count 2-1. Good take there by Bench. Two-one count here. Bench takes that fastball off the plate. So he's ahead of the count 3-1. Good couple takes here by Carson Bench. Let's see if he gets on base via a walk. All right, Gallen into his windup. Here's the 3-1 pitch. Bench swings and misses at that fastball outside the zone. Full count now here. Oh, and Shea with a $9.99 donation. Of course, that's in euros, so I guess, or that's in pounds. Sorry, so I guess you're from Europe, but keep up the excellent pitch calls. Stellar work, dude. Thank you so much, Shay. Everyone, give a spam W's in the chat for Shay. Generous donation there. Thank you very much, Shay. Here's the 3-2 pitch, And Benj hits that ball up the middle, but it's fielded cleanly by Perdomo over to first base. 2 outs. Muttley and Love, what is going on? Appreciate you providing updated scores from around games in progress. Not too many guys do that. Thank you. Or thanks. Appreciate that. Thank you for your support there. And yeah, I mean, listen, that's what I'll do. You know, when we're in between breaks here, in between any commercial breaks, I might as well just update with you guys with the score. Pantries W, NG with the W, BBA spamming an M there. Okay. You know, I guess upside down W. But here's Alvarez up here for his first AB of the day. Takes that fastball high and away for a ball, 1-0. Lulu there spamming W's. And Pantries will just read your comment in a second here. Just going to read the call, or just going to get the call here. Curveball misses outside, so Alvy ahead here, 2-0. Dan, of course, Pantry saying, Dan, feel like Benj is taking really good ABs, just not getting rewarded with getting on base. Listen, hopefully, you know, again, first couple games, he's a rookie. Hopefully, and I think he'll get out of this funk, and we'll start to see, Benj really start to hit his form. Cutter thrown there by Zach Gallen as Alvy swings and misses under that, so Gallen gets to count back to 2-1. Listen, he's a rookie. It is kind of expected that he's going to start off a little bit slow. Of course, do I want Benj to start off slow? No, I want him to be, an elite hitter right away, but, that's not how Major League Baseball works. Here's the 2-1 pitch here by Gallen. Good take there by Alvarez. He takes that cutter up and away for a ball. So Alvarez is ahead of the count here, 3-1. Let's see if he can get on base here. Three-one pitch here to Alvarez. Takes that fastball low and in for a ball, and Alvarez is on base here, courtesy of a walk. So really good AB there by Alvy. As now we head back to the top of the order, and Lindor will be up here for a second AB of the day. Yeah, take him deep. Alvy. Walks work too, as always. Walks work too. All right, but here's Lindor for a second AB of the day. Of course, hit a single and scored the opening run here for the Mets in the first inning. Here's the first pitch. Lindor takes that fastball inside. Gallen ahead 0-1. NG saying, at the very least, they're managing to drive up Gallen's pitch count very quickly. This is what happens when you take competitive ABs, 100%. Absolutely, NG. That's a very good point there by you. Here's the 0-1 pitch by Gallen. And Lindor drives that ball out to right field. And that's going to get over the head of Corbin Carroll. He's not going to field that cleanly. Alvarez will get to third base. And that ball's bobbled there by the second baseman. And that causes Alvarez to come in to score. And the Mets take a 2-0 lead here, as Lindor will also get to third base there. So Lindor with a very good piece of hitting there, drove that ball over the head of Corbin Carroll. The second baseman could tell Marte or maybe that could have even been someone else. I didn't really see who bobbled that pitch there, or who bobbled that ball there at second base. But that causes the Mets to drive another run here as Francisco Alvarez comes in to score. So now 2-0 here for the Mets. And that was Ketel Marte. He didn't field that throw cleanly there, but the Mets take advantage there. So now the Mets take a 2-0 lead here. And now here's Bo Bichette here for his second AB of the day. But Alvarez got a good read on there, of course. With 2 outs there, you're always running on contact. And he went all the way. So thought there was going to be a hold up there. But no, credit there by Alvy. Got a good read on that one and caused him to score. And now the Mets also have another opportunity to score here. Lindor's at third base and Bichette's up here for his second AB of the day. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Good take there by Bichette. Takes that cutter low and away. 2-1 count. Hell yeah. Thank you, Carroll, for whatever defense that was. Another triple lull. Bring in Lindor. Let's see what Bichette can do here. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Bichette fouls off that. That ball's going to carry, but Corbin Carroll's going to get underneath that to record the final out of the inning. So the Mets do strike here again in the second inning as they take a 2-0 lead here, courtesy on a Francisco Lindor RBI triple that allowed Francisco Alvarez to score. So now we head to the top of the third with the Mets up here 2-0. So good start here by the Mets. Some good competitive ABs off of Zach Gallen here, which is what you like to see. See, and it was Marte made the final out of the inning for the Diamondbacks last time. So Corbin Carroll, Perdomo, and Gabby Moreno will be up here to face Freddie Peralta in the top of the third. Hornet, what is going on, man? I thought P was an ugly runner, but Alvey stepped forward. You take the award. Yep. And Pantry saying, damn, well, that was a huge second inning with 2 outs. Yeah, it was. Listen, again, competitive ABs. Even though Benj didn't get on base there, he drew a full count, grounded out, it was unfortunate. But then you had Francisco Alvarez, drew a nice AB there, got the count to 3-1, walked, and then Lindor got his pitch and drove it out to right field. Corbin Carroll couldn't get there, or, just got over the head of Corbin Carroll. And listen, you take your opportunities, but that's what we like to see, good ABs there. And the Mets get 2 runs here through the first 2 innings. That's what you like to see. Pantries, that's going to be frustrating as a pitcher low. You have 2 outs, and then your defense blows it. Well, he walked Alvey too, so he's got to be. Listen, 2 outs, 2 out walks. Sometimes they do come back to bite in the ass, and it worked out well. Obviously, you want to see your defense do a little bit better, but and I think you could have lived there with the Corbin Carroll going with the ball going over his head, but with Marte bobbling that ball out at second base, that really allowed Alvarez to take the turn and score there at third base, or score there to give the Mets a 2-0 lead. But hey, take the mistakes. All right, here is now Corbin Carroll, speaking of him, up for his second AB of the day. Curveball was a little bit outside, but the umpire calls it a strike, so Peralta ahead of the count here, 0-1. Of course, Corbin Carroll struck out here in the first inning, but he is off to a very good start here in this season with a 303 batting average, 2 home runs, a couple of RBIs as well. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Beautiful changeup there by Peralta on the outside part of the play as he gets Corbin Carroll to chase that pitch. So now he's up 0-2 on the count. Brad, what's going on? What's up? Mets game, let's go. Yep, what's going on, Brad? Here's the 0-2 pitch. Corbin Carroll hits that changeup to the outfield, but Benji gets underneath it to record the first out of the inning. So good couple pitches there by Peralta there to get the first out. That's also another good point too, because we know that Leipier's been very hesitant to send runners there, and he actually sent Alvarez there. So good one there. Actually, even looking at it now, unless Ketel Marte would have had a really strong throw there, I don't think he would have beat out Alvarez there at the plate. So, but good base running there by Alvarez still. All right, Peralta gets ahead of Perdomo here with a strike. High fastball hits the zone, 0-1. Perdomo calls time here. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Changeup hits the bottom part of the zone for another strike. So Peralta quickly head up Perdomo here, 0-2. Perdomo, of course, flew out in his first AB of the day. Here's the 0-2 pitch by Freddie. And beautiful. Did he get it? Did he go? Nope. Third base umpire says he held up there on the high fastball. Perdomo just held back his swing. So count now sits back at 1-2, and it was close. It was close, but all right, whatever. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and Perdomo hits that ball to second base. Semien fields it cleanly over to first base. 2 outs. So two quick outs here for the Mets here, and Freddie Peralta here on the top of the third. And now Gabby Moreno will be the third batter here for the Diamondbacks in this inning. Pantry saying Glass Diaz another garbage ump low. At least he's not paired with CB Buckner. Yeah, CB Buckner's terrible. All right, but Peralta here with his first pitch against Moreno gets that fastball in there for a strike. 0-1 count. Moreno, of course, walked in his first AB in the top of the first. All right, here's the 0-1 pitch by Freddie. Changeup misses inside. Count back to 1-1. The 1-1 pitch by Freddie. Slider misses low and away, so he falls behind to Moreno here, 2-1. Here's the 2-1 pitch. And Moreno takes that ball, hits it hard to Lindor on a liner, but Lindor is there to make the catch and record the final out of the inning. So good work here by Freddie Peralta. I believe he only threw about 9-10 pitches in that inning. So good quick work there by Freddie Peralta. No runs again for the Diamondbacks. Now we head to the bottom of the third, where the Mets still lead 1-0. All right, here we go. Bottom of the third. Gonna update the scoreboard for you guys. Get it updated here on Photoshop. Brad saying, hey, how did we score the second run? Well, it was 2 outs. Francisco Alvarez had a really nice walk to get on base, and then Francisco Lindor drove the ball out to right field. It got over the head of Corbin Carroll, and of course, since there were 2 outs, Alvarez was always running on contact. Got a good read on that. Carroll then picked up the ball, threw it over to Ketel Marte at second base. Marte kind of bobbled it, but even still, I don't think it would have been enough, and Alvarez came around to score, and Lindor got into third base. So that's how they scored the second run of the game. Pantry's great inning. Yep, 100%. 118 of you guys watching here for the watch along in the post game stream. As always, thank you guys for your support, and make sure to always hit the like button, subscribe, hit the notification bell, and of course share the live stream as well. All right, now we head to the bottom of the third. Bichette made the final out of the inning, so Polanco, Robert, and Beatty will hit here for the Mets here in the bottom of the third. I guess they gave Marte an error on that play too, so I'll update it here. And of course, the good thing for the Mets too in this opening day, or not opening day game, but opening series game against the Diamondbacks, is they got a fully rested bullpen, because of course not a lot of the guys were used in that Giants series because of how well the offense performed. But of course, the Mets had the day off yesterday as well, so fully rested bullpen for this first day. And of course, hopefully you don't have to use too many guys as well, because you got Freddie pitching here, and hopefully he goes deep into this ball game. But here's the first pitch here from Gallen to Polanco as he takes that fastball on the outside part of the plate for a strike. So Gallen ahead here 0-1. Of course, Polanco singled in the first inning. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Polanco takes that changeup on the lower part of the zone for a strike. So Gallen ahead here 0-2. Come on, Polanco. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Lays off that curveball in the dirt. Good take there by Polanco. 1-2. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Polanco, and he goes after that changeup in the dirt for a strikeout there. So 1 out away here for the Diamondbacks here in the bottom of the third. Very good changeup there by Zach Gallen. Most wins since 2023. Zach Gallen and Freddie Peralta are actually the 2 pitchers up there as number 1 and 2. Gallen first with 45, Peralta with 41, and then you got Framber third with 41, Logan Webb at 40, and then Max Fried at 39 games. So 2 good pitchers here. All right, now here's Robert here for a second AB of the game. Of course, struck out with bases loaded in the first inning. Fastball was a bit low. Umpire calls it a strike, but Robert will challenge there, and he's going to win that challenge. So the count's going to go to 1-0 in Robert's favor. And yep, that was a ball. So yep, and as Pantry's saying, nice challenge. Yep. Come on, Lou Bob, let's go. Here's a 1-0 pitch. Robert takes that fastball in the zone for a strike. Count to 1-1 now. Here's the pitch from Gallen. Curveball misses on the outside part of the plate. So Robert there with a nice take gets ahead of the count, 2-1. Robert with a very good start to his season so far, 323 batting average, 1 home run, 6 RBIs, and an 881 OPS. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and Robert drives that ball out to left field, but that's going to go foul. Turned on that inside fastball and just got out in front of it too much to take a foul. All right, but the count now at 2-2. Come on, Lou Bob. Here's a 2-2 pitch from Gallen. Good take there by Robert. Takes that curveball in the dirt. Works the count full. Brett Beatty on deck here for the Mets. Here's the 3-2 pitch to Robert. And curveball misses. No challenge there for the Diamondbacks. So Luis Robert Jr. will get on base here via a walk. So nice AB there from Robert. And of course, that's not the 9th straight game where he starts and he gets on base safely. So that's the one impressive thing we've seen from Robert so far. Because of course, his last years in Chicago, one of the biggest criticisms about him was that for his lack of plate discipline. But so far through the early part of the season, Robert's plate discipline and his ability to lay off balls out of the zone has been very good. So good to see out of Robert. All right, but he's on base, and of course, Robert is also a threat to steal here. And Brady will be up here, and he hits that ball on the ground, fielded cleanly by the first baseman over to second base. Perdomo tags out Robert at second base, so Brett Beatty grounds into an inning-ending double play. So the Mets unable to get any runs here in the bottom of the third. The Brett Beatty special, ground ball double play. Now head to the top of the fourth. Mets still up 1-0. And Carson is not here yet, but I'll play it in his honor. Be right back, guys. Give me 1 sec. All right. We're back now. Game about to come back as well. So we head to the top of the fourth. And Moreno made the last out for the D-backs here. So Del Castillo will lead off here, followed by Arenado and Ildemaro Vargas. Peralta here ahead of the count, 0-1. Here's the pitch. Del Castillo swings onto that high fastball. So Freddie quickly ahead here, 0-2. Of course, Del Castillo grounded out in the top of the first. Come on, Freddie. Let's go. Put him away. Here's the 0-2 pitch here by Peralta. Changeup misses low and away. So count to 1-2 now. Here's the 1-2 pitch by Peralta. Del Castillo fouls off that fastball. So he stays alive in the AB. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fouls off that inside fastball again. So Good couple of hacks there by Del Castillo to stay alive here in the AB. All right, Peralta here at 59 pitches, about to throw his 60th of the day. Here's the 1-2 again. Beautiful curveball there by Freddie Peralta. Ties up Del Castillo, and he goes around on that one for the first strikeout of the inning. So beautiful, beautiful work there by Freddie Peralta, and great execution on that curveball. All right, now Nolan Arenado will come up for his second AB of the day. Peralta gets that fastball on the outside part of the plate for a strike, so he's ahead of Arenado here 0-1. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Fastball again, hits the outside part of the plate for a strike. So Peralta again ahead of Arenado here 0-2. Freddie, slider low and away, and Arenado with a good take there lays off that pitch. So count now at 1-2. 1-2 pitch. Fouls off that changeup on the lower part of the plate. So Arenado stays alive in the AB. One-two pitch, curveball misses inside. So Arenado gets the count back to 2-2. Here's Kai Correa there in the Mets dugout. Of course, his first season as the Mets bench coach. Very, known for his time in San Francisco and Cleveland. Arenado hits that ball on the ground, fielded cleanly by Bichette over to first base. 2 outs. Arenado hit that curveball on the ground, and of course Bichette there with a nice fielding play and with a nice throw. And the Mets have 2 outs here in the top of the 4th. Nice work there by Bo, and good work there by Peralta as well. But as I mentioned before, yeah, guys, Correa, of course, we all know, known for his time in Cleveland and San Francisco, and is known as a defensive guru, in which, the Mets needed very much defensive help, and along with bringing in new, better defensive players, you bring in a better defensive coach, and we've seen that the Mets have been a very good defensive team. But bunt there, damn. Vargas gets on here with a bunt single there. Peralta fielded that ball cleanly, threw it over to first base, but Vientos couldn't complete the play. So Vargas gets on first base here with a bunt single. Probably should have been out too. Yeah, Vientos should have made that play. See how they call that? I wonder if they call that an error. Probably. All right, but now here's Alek Thomas in for his second AB of the day. Freddie Peralta gets that curveball in the zone for a strike, 0-1. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Beautiful changeup there, beautiful curveball there by Peralta again, as he's ahead of Thomas 0-2. Alek Thomas, of course, he walked in his first AB in the top of the 2nd. Peralta about to throw his 70th pitch of the day. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Fastball misses high and away, 1-2. Bunting with 2 outs and no one on base. What happened to Shame? Of course, yeah, MG, I agree with you. What happened to Shame? And Sansing sloppy play today, yeah. For both teams, too. All right, changeup misses low and away to Alek Thomas, so gets the count back to 2-2. Come on, Freddie, put him away here. Well, Peralta is going to step off here. Peralta into his windup. Here's the pitch. Fastball misses outside. So Thomas gets the count to, he draws the count full here. No, and they did score that hit. Okay, so I'll update that for you guys in a second. All right, here's the full count pitch to Peralta. Thomas just fouls off that changeup to stay alive in the AB. Come on, Freddie. Put him away here. Put away Thomas. 3-2 pitch. Thomas gets under that curveball. Bichette will get under it, and you will make the catch for the final out of the inning. So Freddie Peralta with 2 outs here in the middle of the 4th. Ildemaro Vargas got on with courtesy of a bunt single, but Peralta is able to work around that bunt single as he gets Alek Thomas to pop out here for the final out of the 3rd inning. So we head to the bottom of the 4th, but the Mets still up 2-0. Good work there by Freddie. He said 74 pitches through 4, so hopefully he could have a quick inning in the 5th and then be able to start the 6th, but it looks like he might be only able to go through 5, which again, you would like to see Freddie be able to go through 6, but at least the Mets do have a rested bullpen, so that is the good thing about this game specifically. So, obviously, a couple guys like, Brooks Raley, he didn't pitch in the finale of the Giants series, so he should be good and available to go. I mean, Raley hasn't pitched since the 2nd game of that Giants series because by the time the Mets were able to get to that bullpen in the 3rd game, because Clay Holmes had such a good start, he went 7 innings. Myers finished off that game, going the final 2 innings, and of course, Raley wasn't used in that finale game. So yeah, so Raley's got like 3-4 days of rest here, so he'll definitely be using this game. And yep, Pantries agreed to him. It is nice to have an actual ace on the staff. I do agree. Mets really got 2 aces because, I know Nolan McLean is still young and he's still a rookie, but he's got ace stuff. So it's nice to see that the Mets have, 2 guys at the top of this rotation that really have elite stuff like that. And of course, the Mets do have plenty of pitching prospects on the way as well. Christian Scott, Jonah Tong, Jack Wenninger, Jonathan Santucci. So, the prospect line is it's looking nice in terms of the pitching side. All right, here's Vientos in here for 2nd AB of the day. Takes that high fastball for a ball. Oh, the umpire called it a strike? Okay. Or did he? Because he looked like he didn't say it. But S&Y has it as a strike, so 0-1. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Lays off that cutter on the outside part of the plate for a ball. Count back to 1-1. And yeah, Pantries, like you're saying, and same with saying a big if he can stay healthy, 100%. Yeah, of course we can't forget about the ace of the bullpen, Dickie Lovelady as well from Hornet. Can't forget about that. Oh no, okay, so yeah, SNY just reversed it. So it was a 2-0 count, but now Vientos takes that cutter in the dirt as well. So now he's ahead of the count 3-0. So good AB here by Vientos. Let's see if he can get on base here. I would take all the way here as well. Here's the 3-0 pitch here. Fastball gets in the zone for a strike. So count now 3-1. Yeah, they just fixed it, Pantries, because I got confused because the umpire didn't look like he called it a strike, but whatever. It's 3-1 now. Here's the pitch here by Gallen, and Vientos fouls back that fastball. So count now is full, 3-2. NG saying, do we actually have aces and don't need to call David Peterson our ace anymore? Or David Peterson our ace? Yeah, we do have aces, and it's nice to see. All right, here's the 3-2 pitch to Vientos. And he takes that fastball right down the middle for a strike. Strike 3. Bad take there by Vientos. You gotta swing and turn on that. All right, but here's 1 out away here for the Diamondbacks in the bottom of the 4th. Yeah, ouch, Mark. Should have turned and swung on that. Now here's Semien up here, and he has pretty good numbers against Zach Gallen, over a 300 batting average. All right, here's the first pitch to Semien. Cutter gets in there for a strike, so Gallen's ahead here, 0-1. Gallen into his windup here. The pitch. Fastball rides inside for a ball. Count at 1-1 now. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Semien. Lays off that changeup low. Good take there by Semien as he gets ahead in the count 2-1. And yeah, honestly, would have been okay with swinging 3-0 there since it was down the middle but a little high. Yeah, I mean, typically for me, when it's a 3-0 count, and Semien drives that ball out to left field. That won't be enough though. Barros is able to get underneath that to record the second out of the inning. Typically for me, if I see someone get a 3-0 count, I typically just like to take all the way because I just, most of the time they probably, won't throw you a good pitch, but it depends. I mean, listen, sometimes in that case, they throw you a fastball right down the middle. Again, it's situational. Again, if you do swing 3-0, you got to make sure that you're doing damage on that pitch. Here's Carson Bench now up here for his second AB of the day. Takes that curveball in the dirt for a ball, so he's ahead 1-0. But I do agree with you, Pantries. Feel like Mark could have done some damage. Yeah, he should have turned on that fastball. We know he's got the power to do damage. Bench lays off that curveball again in the dirt, so he's ahead of the count 2-0. Come on, Carson. You've had a couple of good takes here in this game. See if you can maybe get on base here with a walk or a hit. Here's a 2-0 pitch. Good take there again by Bench. Lays off that fastball on the outside part of the plate. 3-0 count. Hey, again, for me, take all the way. You've been, especially for Bench, you've been struggling early part of the year. Take all the way here on 3-0. Here's the pitch here by Gallen. Takes that pitch right down the middle for a strike. So 3-1. Don't have a problem with that take. Don't have a problem at all. Alvarez on deck here for the Mets. Here's the 3-1 pitch to Bench. And good take there by Bench. Takes that fastball in the outside part of the plate for a ball. And Bench is on here with a walk. And Pantry saying, yeah, I understand that. My only rule is if you're a power hitter and you have a 3-0 count and the pitch is literally right down the middle, I'm okay swinging with this. So really only Soto, Robert, Vientos out. Yeah, again, like I said, it's situational. It's situational. And like I said, if you're going to swing 3-0, make sure you do power. Or make sure you do damage on it. And Lindor, too, if it's a warmer out. Yeah, I agree with you. All right, but Bench out here with a walk. And now here's Alvy for second AB of the game. Of course, walked back in the second inning and ended up scoring the run to give the Mets give them the 2-0 lead. Gallen checks Bench over at first base, but Bench gets back in there safely. So one disengagement there for Bench. I'm sorry, one disengagement there for Gallen. Come on, Alvy, let's go. Here's the 0-0 pitch. Alvarez fouls off that fastball high and away. So Gallen ahead 0-1. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Oof, fastball almost hit Alvarez, but he takes that ball up and in for a ball. So 1-1. Gallen here about to throw his 70th pitch of the ball game. Here's the 1-1. Alvarez hits that ball. It's fielded cleanly by Perdomo. Let's see if he throws him out, though. Nope, Alvarez will beat that out with a single. So Francisco Alvarez hits the ball on the ground, but a little bit to the right side of Perdomo. Also broke his bat on that as well, but Alvarez is able to beat that out for a single. So good piece of hitting there by Alvarez and nice hustle by him as well. And now we're back to the top of the order here with Lindor to see if the Mets could, drive another run here and extend their lead to 3-0. Alvia hyped up here. Dan broke his bed beater. Oh yeah, good hustle by Alvarez. And that's the thing about Alvarez. Like he's more of a bigger guy, but he actually does have some decent speed on the base pass. Like I'm not gonna lie. Like we've seen over the past couple years, he does beat out those kind of hits. Of course, do I want Alvarez necessarily trying to steal second base? No, but he has decent speed for his size. Yeah, thanks for not charging the soft grounder. And perfect time for Lindor to give us a home run, 100%. And G hasn't had a home run yet this year, so would be nice here. But the Mets do have first and second here with 2 outs, and Lindor will step up to the plate. 130 of you guys watching here the live stream. So as always, make sure you guys hit the like button and subscribe. Hit the notification bell as well as share the live stream as well. As always, thank you guys for your support. We always appreciate it here on Mets Weekly from all of us. All right, here's Lindor now here. He's 2 for 2 in this ball game. Here's the first pitch by Gallen. And Lindor swings, and he's going to get under that. Is that ball going to carry? Moreno's going to get it. No, Arenado with another basket catch. So Lindor swings first pitch there, and he pops it up. So the Mets do get first and second here, courtesy of a Carlson bench walk and a Alvarez single. But Lindor pops up and unable to bring in any runs. So we head now to the top of the 5th with the Mets still up 2-0. Yeah, that wasn't a good swing by Lindor. It was a fastball, high and outside. Should have just took their first pitch. Limp noodle. All right, also let's look around the majors. So yeah, only the one game on right now. And last time we checked, the White Sox were up 2-0, or they were maybe up 2-1 on the Orioles. I forget now, but White Sox up on the Orioles right now, 2-1, top of the 7th. And as I mentioned before, Guardians and Royals played early today, and the Guardians defeated the Royals 2-1. But all the games start a bit later. I understand being aggressive, but man, at least see if the pitch is in the center of the plate. Yeah, it was a bad pitch to swing on. High and away fastball, and he was late on it, and he got under it. Not a good swing there. Not a good AB there by Lindor. And Alek Thomas made the last out of the inning for the Diamondbacks. So Barossa will lead off for the inning here, and then Marte and Carroll will Marte and Carroll will hit behind them. Oh, it's Gary Cohen's birthday. Or that's another Gary. I guess that's another Gary. Never mind then. Pantry saying, man, sorry guys, Pete's having a brutal season. Yeah, I've seen that so far. Listen, it's still early. Pete can always, get into gear and start hitting home runs, but so far not a great start for him, especially the Orioles too. They've been struggling out of the gate so far. Oh, that's a Greg. I thought that said Gary. My bad. All right, fastball misses outside here by Freddie, so he's behind Barossa here 1-0. Barossa had a sacrifice fly back in the early innings. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Fastball was a little bit outside, but no challenge there by Barossa, so count now at 1-1. And G saying, Orioles reek right now. It's still early, but I thought they were going to do better out of the gate this year. Yeah, especially last year where they struggled. Here's the 1-1 pitch by Peralta. Barossa fouls off that high fastball. So Freddie ahead of the count here, 1-2. Yep, nice pitch. Come on, Freddie, let's go. Piece of garbage there on the Citi Field outfield. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Curveball misses inside. So Barossa gets the count to 2-2. Calls time here as he takes off his helmet. Here's a 2-2 pitch by Peralta. Changeup misses low and in. So Barossa works the count full. 3-2. On Freddie. Here's the 3-2 pitch. And Barossa fouls off that high and away cutter. 3-2. Or it might have been a fastball. But anyway, Barosa's still alive in the AB. Here's the 3-2 pitch again. Fouls off that fastball again. So Barosa's still alive in the AB. Peralta at 81 pitches right now, about to throw his 82nd. Here's the 3-2 again. And Barosa fouls off that pitch again. So good AB here by Barosa. He's definitely making Peralta work here with a couple of these fouled off fastballs. Lane, what is going on? Let's go Mets. Yep, 100% agree. And how do you feel about the Mets? I feel pretty good right now. You know, they're playing well right now. Obviously, they didn't start too well, but they're playing right now. Beautiful curveball there by Peralta. Ties up Barosa, and that's the first out of the inning here, courtesy on a strikeout here for Freddie Peralta. But yeah, no, listen, I like their team. You know, the depth is definitely a lot better than it was last year. Like the pitching staff, the bullpen, you know, hopefully it gets to be a bit better when, you know, a couple guys come back off injury like AJ Minter, and maybe we see a couple guys like Ryan Lambert and Dylan Ross get called up. But yeah, so far the offense has looked a lot better. Yeah, I feel good about them. I think they'll challenge for the division. I think they'll make the playoffs this year. All right, but Peralta misses with that curveball in the dirt as he faces Ketel Marte here for his third AB of the day. 1-0 count. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Fastball again outside, but no challenge there for Ketel Marte. Count back to 1-1. Freddie gonna give me a heart attack with all these 3-2 counts. Mets game. Yeah, I mean, I listen, NG. I wouldn't say he's giving me a heart attack, but I definitely don't like a lot of these 3-2 counts because it's working up his pitch count. So, and I do want to see him go as deep in this game. It's probably going to be his last inning of work anyway. He's already at 85 pitches. So, and then we'll get to the bullpen. But like I said, at least the bullpen is fully fresh, coming off an off day. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Beautiful change up there by Peralta. Just clips the bottom part of the corner of the strike zone. 1-2. Yeah, pitch count is pretty high. Come on, Freddie, put him away. The 1-2 pitch. Oh, my beautiful. Oh, back-to-back beautiful changeups there by Freddie Peralta as he gets Ketel Marte to strike out looking there. And Ketel Marte was arguing with the umpire, but there was nothing to argue about. I mean, those are two beautiful changeups that caught the strike zone. Beautiful work here by Freddie Peralta as he gets back-to-back strikeouts to start this inning. I mean, just beautiful. Beautiful. Yep, that was nasty. Yep, and yeah, we said that. Lane game as well starts tomorrow at 4:10. Filthy changeup. Yup, that hashtag, that's my ace. And yup, filthy Hornet. Here's Corbin Carroll now up here. Peralta falls behind 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. A little bit of a cross up there. But Curveball is able to hit the strike zone there. 1-1. Yeah, a bit of a cross up there. Alvarez was expecting a fastball up and away, and the curveball just dropped there. Which I don't know how you get crossed up when you have pitch comm, but sure, whatever. But Carroll now up here, ahead of the count here, 2-1. Yeah, why? Yeah, if you don't like to call challenge it, but even then, even if he challenged it, it would have been a strike anyway. Here's the 2-1. Corbin Carroll hits that ball through the hole. Just gets under the glove of Vientos for a single here. So Corbin Carroll has a hit here for the Diamondbacks here in the 5th inning. So two out single here by Carroll. Yeah, nothing Vientos could do here, just out of the reach of him. All right, but now here's Perdomo here, and you have to imagine, I was gonna say you have to imagine this could be Peralta's last hitter of the game, or maybe second to last, but Justin Willard is on here to talk to him, but this will be his last inning of work. So we'll see the bullpen get cranked up here for the 6th inning and beyond. Up, and there's Brazoban here, warming up here in the Mets pen. You guys know what happens when Brazoban comes into the game. We all know that special song that gets played. Yeah, it was a good attempt by Mark. Lane saying, do you call Dylan Ross and Jonah Tong? I mean, they both start. I mean, one's a starter, one's a reliever. I mean, you could use Jonah Tong as well as the bullpen. We've seen that David Stearns has done that in Milwaukee. But here's the first pitch to Perdomo. Fastball misses high. So Perdomo's out of the count. 1-0. Step Brazo. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, let's see. We'll see what they call up. Obviously, Minter is going to come back off the IL as well. Peralta checks Carroll over at first base. He's back in safely. So that's one disengagement there for Peralta. Not going to lie, I was worried about the new pitching coach hire, but damn, isn't he a breath of fresh air? So much better than Hefner. Oh, 100%. 100%. I mean, I like the hire initially. We heard a lot of good things from Red Sox pitchers about how Willard works with them, so I like that hire. 2-0 pitch here as that fastball missed up and away. Alvey threw behind to try and pick off Carroll at first base, but he gets that back safely. Yeah, Carroll was a little bit lackadaisical there, so good throw by Alvey. Just got back in time, though. All right, here's the 2-0 pitch to Perdomo. Beautiful curveball gets in there. Count now 2-1. Perdomo calls time here. Peralta with a long hold here. The 2-1. Curveball misses inside. 3-1 count here to Perdomo. And if he walks him, you got to imagine, because he's about to throw his 96th pitch, so you got to imagine that they'll pull him if he walks Perdomo here. Here's the 3-1 pitch. Fastball catches the zone. Full count here to Perdomo. Come on, Freddie. Let's go. Get out here. Gabby Moreno on deck here for the Diamondbacks. He were to come up to hit if Perdomo were to get on base. Come on, Freddie. Let's go. Get out of here and have 5 strong innings. Here's the 3-2 pitch. And changeup is taken low. That's going to be a walk. Perdomo's going to get on base here. First and second here for the Diamondbacks with 2 outs here. And let's see. Is Freddie going to stay out here? I guess he is. Mendoza's not going to take him out. Okay. I thought that was going to be his last batter, but I guess Mendy's got the trust in Peralta. And again, I don't hate that. Again, Peralta's your ace. He's your best pitcher. Sometimes you got to trust him in these situations. So I'm totally fine with letting Peralta go another batter, but definitely this will be his last batter against Gabby Moreno. All right, here's the first pitch to Moreno. Fastball misses on the outside part of the plate. 1-0. Moreno walked in his first AB in the first inning, then hit a line out to Lindor to end the 3rd inning. Come on, Freddie. The 1-0 pitch. Fastball clips the zone. Count 1-1. It's the most pitches Peralta's thrown so far. 25 pitches in this inning. About to throw his 100th pitch of the game. Here's the pitch. Strike just hits the outside part of the plate. No challenge there for Moreno, so Peralta is ahead here 1-2. Is he going to challenge? No, what's happening? No, I guess he could just call time. All right, but Peralta here is 1 strike away from getting through 5 scoreless innings here. Come on, Freddie. Come on. Here's the 1-2 pitch by Peralta. And he fucking hits him with the curveball. Oh, that's you don't. Yep, and Carlos Mendoza will come out to pull Freddie Peralta. And Brazoban will be called on. That fucking sucks. I don't know why he went inside. All right, so Peralta comes out 4 2/3 innings. Not the sharpest by Peralta. Did have a couple of decent, strikeouts there and swings, but He's unable to complete the 5th inning, and Brazoban will come out on the mound to see if he can escape out of this jam for Peralta. And of course, let's play the song.
Dominican Republic, he who was Scarborough, so back and through on dancing feet. 6'3", leaning mean, right arm slinging fire. Late bloomer legend took the long road higher. Signed with the Rockies, bounce around the grind. In Miami, called bullpen savior in his prime. Sweeper got that nasty bite, slider got the tip. Hit a C and go yelling, step bro, help me quit. Step bro, man of many talents, dropping heat in the pen. Yeah, he handles all the challenge from the island to Queens, wearing number 43. Dominican pride shining, setting hitters free. Step bro,
Step bro.
set up a game, multi-talented warrior, forever bringing flame. Who was God when the ball is on the line? Step bro, things just fine.
All right, there we go. That's the Brazoban song, Step Bro. And she's saying Step Brazo, we don't have a pitcher to get out of the base loaded situation. They'll probably go on him here. Yeah, I got confidence here that Brazoban will be able to get out of this inning here. And it'll be Del Castillo to hit here for the Diamondbacks with the base loaded. Come on, Huascar. Here's the first pitch. Gets that changeup in for a strike. Brazoban ahead of your 0-1. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Beautiful changeup there by Brazoban, and he's quickly ahead of Del Castillo here, 0-2. Come on, Brazoban, let's go. Get out of this. Get out of the jam. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Changeup misses inside. Count now 1-2. Come on. The 1-2 pitch. Del Castillo fouls off that pitch on the outside part of the plate. Stays live in the AB. 1-2. Arenado on deck here for the Diamondbacks. Come on. Here's the 1-2. Change up. Oh, that's not. He got the strike call, but Del Castillo, I think that's going to be overturned. I don't think that got enough of the plate. Hopefully it did. No, just missed. Good challenge there by Del Castillo. Just miss. All right, come on. Get on the next pitch. It just missed inside. Come on. Here's the 2-2. And Del Castillo's going to drive that ball. That's going to get down. Carroll's going to come in to score. 2 will come in to score here, and the Diamondbacks have tied the game here at 2-2. So Brazoban got that call reversed on him, and Del Castillo drove that ball into right field and drives in 2 RBIs here with a single. Yeah, pitch just way too much plate. Threw the change up there, but just way too much plate and way too much up. All right, Diamondbacks tie up the game here in the top of the 5th. And of course, that's going to be 2 runs charged to Peralta. And now Arenado will come up here. All right. Come on, Brosma, get out of this. Yeah, it was a bad pitch, Pantries. All right, here's the first pitch to Arenado. Fastball gets in there for a strike, 0-1. Here's the pitch. Sinker misses outside, 1-1. Here's the 1-1. Great changeup there by Brosman. Gets Arenado to chase that out of the zone. He's ahead here, 1-2. Arenado so far 0 for 2 in this game with a line out in the second base and then a 5-3 ground out in the fourth inning. Ildemaro Vargas on deck here for the Diamondbacks. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Lays off that pitch in the dirt. 2-2. Arenado went after that one, but just held up. Here's a 2-2. And Arenado is going to get under that ball, but that ball looks like it might get down, and it does. That ball gets down. It was a bloop single by Arenado, and the Diamondbacks take a 3-2 lead here. Arenado moves into second base. The runner from second goes over to third base, and the Diamondbacks take a 3-2 lead. So that closes the books on Freddie Peralta. 4 2/3 inning it works, and gives up 3 runs. Yeah, fell right in between everybody. Lindor, Semien, Benj, Robert all going after that, and it fell right in the middle of everybody. All right, but listen. I mean, obviously, they still got to get out of this freaking inning, in which it's not over because Ildemaro Vargas is not up with runners at second and third. So the Diamondbacks could do even more damage here, but so offense has to step up. Fastball misses high and away, 1-0. Just got it off the end of the bat too, and it just dunked in. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Fastball misses low and in, so Vargas is ahead now 2-0. Vargas so far 1 for 2 in this game. Here's the 2-0. And Vargas hits that ball, fielded cleanly by Vientos, steps on first base to record the final out. But the Diamondbacks do drive in 3 runs here to take the lead here in the middle part of as we hit to the bottom part of the 5th inning. Freddie Peralta with 3 earned runs here. Brosman came in and just couldn't record that final out before those 3 runs came in. So we head now to the bottom of the 5th. Diamondbacks up 3-2, and now the offense has to get it going. Peralta can't find the 6th inning. He'll be better when the weather warms up. He's struggling so far in the cold. Again, not really a valid excuse, but listen, Peralta has not really been a cold pitcher because he's pitched in Milwaukee before, but they have the freaking roof, the retractable roof over there, so he's not really pitched in like cold weather like this at a consistent rate. I'll be right back, guys. Give me 1 second. All right, guys, now we're back here. Bottom of the fifth. Here's Bo Bichette up here for his third AB of the day. Gallon misses away with that fastball, so 1-0. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Bichette with a good take there on the cut on the outside part of the zone for a ball, 2-0. It's going to be Bichette, Polanco, and Robert here in the bottom fifth of the Mets. Now the offense has got to do their job here. They got to get the lead back. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Fastball just hits the outside part of the plate for a strike, 2-1. Luis Garcia up here, warming up in the bullpen. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Bichette fouls off that cutter. Sorry, count 2-2 now. We saw this happen to the Mets. What was it? The finale of the Giants series. They had the lead early. They gave up the lead, and then we saw the offense storm back. So still plenty of time. Bo Bichette there with an ugly swing there on the changeup low in the zone. Moreno throws that ball over to first base. 1 out. So Zach Gallen here gets a strikeout here on Bo Bichette. And now Polanco will come up for the Mets. Gallen currently sitting at 76 pitches. Here's the first pitch to Polanco. Takes that fastball out. Fastball just clipped the outside corner of the strike zone. So Gallen ahead 0-1 here. Here's the 0-1. Polanco fouls off that changeup. 0-2. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Polanco. Takes that knuckle curve inside for a ball. Count now 1-2. Gallen about to throw his 80th pitch of the ball game. Here's the 1-2. Polanco skies and fouls off that fastball. 1-2 still. 157 of you guys watching here. As always, thank you guys for your support. Hit the like button, subscribe, hit the notification bell as well, and share the live stream. As always, thank you guys for your support. Here's the 1-2 pitch. And Polanco hits that ball out to right field, but Carroll's going to get underneath that and make the catch to record the second out of the inning. And now Luis Robert will come up for the Mets. Here's the first pitch to Robert. Swings and misses at that cutter outside. Gallen ahead 0-1. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Robert lays off that outside cutter. Count at 1-1. And of course, we got the announcement for the Carlos Beltran Day. I believe that's going to be September 19th. Robert fouls back that high fastball. Count now 2-1. Let me just check on the Mets page here. Yeah, it's going to be September 19th, a Saturday against the Phillies. Beltran will get his number retired. Number 15 will go to the Raptors. Of course, we already saw Tyrone Taylor switched his number to 28. Good take there by Robert. Takes that change up in the dirt for 2-2. So that's definitely going to be an exciting day. Of course, both me and Evan were at the David Wright's number retirement last year. And here's the 2-2 pitch. Good take there by Robert. Takes that cutter low and away. Works the count back to full. Gallen here at 86 pitches. So again, you kind of have to imagine that his what's it called? His day of work is coming to an end pretty soon. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Robert fouls off that fastball, low and away. Stays alive in the AB. Beatty on deck here for the Mets. Gallen into his windup. Here's the 3-2. And Robert fouls off that pitch. That's going to go foul on the left field side of the stadium. Fouled off that changeup. So again, Robert stays alive. Luis. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Good take there. Robert takes that cutter low and away for a walk. So the Mets have a runner on base here in the bottom of the fifth with 2 outs, and Brett Beatty will come up. Gallen here at 89 pitches, and when he throws that first pitch to Beatty, he's gonna hit 90. So again, gotta imagine that Gallen's day is starting to wind down to the end. Beatty here 0 for 1. Of course, hit that sacrifice fly in the top of the first and hit into a double play in the third inning. Perk, what is going on? Let's go Mets. Yep. Beatty takes that changeup low and away for a ball. So he's at the count 1-0. There's Tyrone Taylor in the dugout, as I mentioned before. Changed his number to 28 since, of course, Beltran's number 15 is going up in the rafters in September. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Fastball misses low and in. Good take there by Beatty. 2-0. All right, mound visit, or not? Technically a mound visit there. Moreno just kind of called the meeting there at the mound to talk to Gallen. Come on, Brett. Let's go. Gallen into his windup. Here's the pitch. Takes that fastball inside. 3-0 count to Beatty. Come on, Brett. Are they going to challenge it? That definitely missed. So, yep, that missed. Diamondbacks will lose one of their challenges here. Come on, Beatty. Get on base here. You got to take here. You got to take all the way. I don't want Beatty swinging. Of course, he could definitely hit a home run next pitch, but I don't know. I'd play it safe. Just take here. All right, Beatty takes that fastball down the middle for a strike. 3-1. All right, now you got the green light, Brett. Gallen about to throw his 94th pitch of the day, and Ryan Thompson is warming up in the bullpen here for the Giants. I'm sorry, for the Giants, for the Diamondbacks. Here's a 3-1 pitch. Beatty takes that fastball inside. Gallen gets the count back full. You got to imagine that they're going to send Robert here too with 2 outs and a full count. 95th pitch here from Gallen. Here's the pitch to Beatty, and oh my God, 3 straight fastballs, and you're just gonna watch them. Unfucking real. Unfucking real. I mean, again, I don't have a problem with him taking the 3-0 fastball down the middle. That's fine. The next 2, fastball inside, you got to either turn on that, and then that one, I mean, terrible. Terrible fucking AB from him. And of course, for Carson. And the other thing, why the fuck is he hitting 5th? Why? The guy's a ground ball, double play, strikeout machine, and we're gonna fucking bat him 5th. Whatever. Alright, but we head to the top of the 6th. Diamondbacks still up 3-2. interested what is going on. Hopefully the Mets can pull it off. Listen, they still got plenty of time. Of course, can't really give up any more runs, but listen, the offense showed last game they're able to come back, and there's still plenty of time. You got 4 more innings of offense to work with. And also got the confirmation from Carson. He's going to join around 6:30, so we'll see what inning that is. Probably around the middle part of the 7th inning, if I have to say. But here's Luis Garcia now on for the Mets. And he's facing Alek Thomas. Here's the first pitch. Sinker catches the top of the strike zone for strike, 0-1. Thomas, of course, 0-for-1. Walked back in the 2nd inning. Here's the second pitch. Changeup misses low and away, 1-1. Mendy trying to steal our innings with our beer relievers. I mean, can we really be surprised? Mendoza just punting the game already, and how do you look at 3 straight strikes? He's Brett Beatty, that's how. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Alek Thomas hits that ball into the outfield, but Robert's going to get underneath it. 1 out here at the top of the 6th. And now Barroso will hit here for the Diamondbacks. All right, like I said, here's Barroso up here as the 9th hitter. Luis Garcia gets that pitch in for a strike, 0-1. Here's the 0-1 pitch. He goes after and swings at that. It's a chopper back to Garcia over to first base, 2 outs. So 2 quick outs here for Garcia here in the top of the 6th. On only 5 pitches, so good work by him so far. But, of course, he's going to get the final out, and it's going to be a tough one because he's got the top of the Diamondbacks order now coming up. Ketel Marte will hit 3rd here. I like Beatty, but he should be our 8th hitter, 7th at the lowest, yeah. Again, fine, if you're going to put Beatty in the lineup, fine. He's going to play, especially with Soto now injured, but you got to hit him lower part of the lineup, I'm sorry. He can't be up when there's middle part of the order, especially when that the top guys are as capable as they are on getting on base. I'm sorry, you just can't risk that. But Garcia falls behind here on Marte, 1-0. Here's the pitch to Ketel Marte. Goes after that sweeper inside, so gets the count back to 1-1. It was a curve, or it might be a bit of a curveball, but anyway, 1-1 count. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Garcia, and Ketel Marte skies that ball out to center field. Robert will get underneath it to make the catch and record the final out of the inning. So Luis Garcia with a quick and clean 1-2-3 inning here. We now head to the bottom part of the 6th where Vientos, Simeon, and Benj will be up to face, I'm assuming, Ryan Thompson. Good inning of work there by Garcia. Now hopefully the Mets offense can do some damage here against the Diamondbacks bullpen. Got 4 innings to work here. Yep, agreed, but too bad Mendy is in love with these matchups that he put Beatty for. I don't know how Beatty's hitting in front of Vientos either. Mendy probably going to try to steal another inning with Garcia, low pitch count, low. Probably. But listen, if you're gonna have Garcia start the next inning, you gotta have someone warmed up behind them just in case. It's one of those things where if the first batter gets on, pull him. All right. Let's see if the Mets can get any runs back here. All right, but here's Mark Vientos up here now, and Ryan Thompson is in the game here for the Diamondbacks. This is with that first pitch outside, 1-0. All right, Vientos fouls off that pitch, and that ball's going to go out of play, so 1-1. Come on, Mark, let's go. Vientos so far 0 for 2 in this game. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Vientos swings and misses at that pitch inside. So Thompson is ahead of him, 1-2. Here's the 1-2. And Vientos hits that ball up the middle, but it's fielded cleanly by Perdomo over to first base. 1 out. So Vientos is 0 for 3 today so far. All right, now here's Marcus Semien up here for his second AB of the day. 0 for 2, fouled out and flew out in his ABs. Here's the first pitch by Thompson. Semien fouls off that pitch. 0-1. Here's the 0-1. Semien lays off that changeup in the dirt. Good take there. Count now is at 1-1. Here's the windup by Thompson, and Semien drives that ball out to center field, but Alec Thomas is going to get underneath that to record the second out of the inning. Good contact there by Semien, but just right at Alec Thomas. Unlucky. Now here's Carson Bench up for the Mets. Drew a walk in his previous AB. And Bench hits a little ground ball. Thompson fields it cleanly over to first base. 3 outs. So Thompson retires. Vientos, Semien, and Bench here all in order. We now head to the top of the 7th. Diamondbacks still up 3-2. Not a great inning there for the Mets. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Give me 1 second. Let me just update the scoreboard first. All right, guys, back here for the top of the 7th inning. Corbin Carroll will lead off for the Diamondbacks here, and Luis Garcia is back out here on the mound. Here's the first pitch. That pitch misses outside. Carroll ahead here 1-0. Mets 21-28. What is going on? Can we please see some discipline at the plate, Mets? Hopefully. Well, we're going to have, next inning, in the bottom of the 7th, we're going to have Alvar open. Carroll hits that ball, fielded cleanly by Bichette. Over to first, low throw. And Vientos they just got Carroll there at first base. Want to see here if Diamondbacks have a challenge here. Because that was a close play at first base. I don't think they will, though. It's a bit of a low throw, but a nice scoop there by Mark. Great play there. Great play there. All right, here's the first pitch to Perdomo. Garcia gets ahead 0-1. Good Pantries. Yep, nice pick there by Vientos. Indeed, he's played a really good first base. I gotta give massive credit to Vientos there. All right, change up change up in the dirt. 1-1. But like I was saying before with the offense, bottom of 7, you're gonna have Alvarez, Lindor, and Bichette as the first 3 hitters there. So. Got a chance to do damage here. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Perdomo tries to square up a bunt there, but he fouls that pitch off. So now he's behind 1-2. It's too cold for them to string together multiple hits for 2 runs. Listen, BBA. Maybe you're just being a little bit too pessimistic, but I think this offense is good enough. All right, and Perdomo hits that ball back to Garcia, hits that down, and to record the second out of the inning. Let's see if Garcia, though, is all right, because he dropped his glove there. It's a bit of a hard liner back at him. He's kind of holding his wrist here. His left wrist, though, so, that's at least that's his fielding. Yeah, just hit him on the wrist right here. At least it's not a throwing wrist, which is the good thing. And yeah, I agree. If he could keep up his bat and his first base defense, I would not hate seeing him at first base full time. Yeah, especially like we know with Polanco that he's always been more of an injury prone player. So if you could keep Polanco off the field and more at the DH role, and Vientos is going to hit and play a good solid first base. And listen, you take that all day. Yeah, Vientos looks way more comfortable at first after the third. Yeah, he can't play third base ever again. Hope Garcia's okay. That shit looked painful. I mean, they're checking him right now on the mound. Yo, Mendoza. Yo. Bro, why? Why is Dickie Lovelady warming up in the 7th inning when you're down by 1 run? And you have a fully rested bullpen? Can someone explain this to me? Like, Jesus fucking Christ. It makes absolutely no... Why is Dickie Lovelady warming up? I can't. I can't with Mendoza, man. I swear, if Garcia gets through this inning, and let's just say, for example, the Mets don't bring in a run in the 7th, and Dickie Lovelady's pitching the 8th, I'm going, bro, like, listen, my computer's very expensive. I don't want to break it, but there's a slight chance I might break this shit. I might just smash my computer or my PC setup. Garcia misses with that high pitch, high and in. So Moreno's ahead here, 1-0. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Strike hits the bottom part of the zone. 1-1. Beautiful sweeper there by Garcia. 1-2. Well, I mean, Garcia's not hurt. He just took a hard line drive off the wrist from Perdomo, but he's fine now because he's still pitching. So nothing to worry about from Garcia. But Garcia's one pitch away from getting out of the 7th inning scoreless. Come on, Luis. Let's go. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Sweeper misses outside. Count now 2-2 to Moreno. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Pitch misses low and away. Moreno got the count back to full. Got the back count full. Got the count back to full. And here's Juan Murillo warming up in the D-backs bullpen. All right, full count here to Moreno. Here's the pitch from Garcia. And Moreno takes that ball and drives it out to left field. That's going to get down. Benj is going to get to it, but Moreno's going to get to second base with a with a 2-out double. Yeah, as a sinker, tried to get that back inside, but credit to Moreno, he turned on it and drove it up the left field. Good piece of hitting by him. All right, but now here's Del Castillo up for the D-backs. Here's the first pitch. Garcia gets that first pitch in for a strike, 0-1. Of course, Del Castillo had that 2-run single in the 5th inning to tap the game for the Diamondbacks before they ended up taking the lead on that Nolan Arenado bloop single. Here's the 0-1 pitch by Garcia. Del Castillo fouls that sweeper off, so he's ahead of the count here, 0-2. Oh yeah, it was a bloop double. Sorry, yeah, because he got the second base on that. Thank you, Mets 2128 or Mets 2128, however you like to be called. All right, here's the 0-2 pitch here by Garcia, and Garcia is going to hit that ball to Lindor over to first base. Good, another good scoop there by Vientos to record the final out of the inning. Mets, all right, 2128. Okay, there you go. I got you. Good scoop again there by Vientos. All right, so Garcia works around the 2-out double. Now head to the bottom part of the 7th, where the Mets look to tie up the ball game, or even possibly take the lead. And of course, it will be Alvarez, Lindor, and Bichette hitting here for the Mets in the bottom of the 7th. And Murillo will probably be coming in for the Diamondbacks. See the score of the other game as well. See what's going on around the league. Of course, the other games didn't start. Some games are about to start up, but the Orioles actually came back, and they're up 4-2 now on the White Sox, bottom of the ninth. So the White Sox are also down to the last out. So looks like probably the Orioles are gonna. Looks like the Orioles are probably gonna hang on to win that ball game. All right, now here's Alvarez up here against Juan Murillo. Alvarez swings and misses at that inside fastball, so Murillo is ahead in the count, 0-1. Alvarez 1 for 1 so far, walked back in the second inning and had that single in the fourth inning. Here's the pitch, and Alvarez hits that ball on the ground, fielded cleanly by Arenado, over to first base, 1 out. Here's Lindor now for his fourth AB of the game. He's 2 for 3 so far. First pitch to Lindor, takes that fastball up and in for a ball, 1-0. 46 degrees currently at Citi Field. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Lindor gets onto that one. Back-to-back terrible ABs there for Lindor. Skies up 2 straight fastballs in a row for the second out of the inning. And now Bo Bichette will come up. All right, now Bo Bichette's up here. 1 for 3 in this game so far. Got that single back in the first inning. Here's the pitch. Fastball taken outside, low for a ball, 1-0. Raley's warming up here in the bullpen for the Mets. Bichette takes that slider in for a strike, 2-1. I'm sorry, 1-1. I guess Bo challenged that play, and bad challenge there as the Mets lose one of their they lose one of their challenges that they calls confirmed, and it stands. So 1-1 count still. So Carson should be here in 5 minutes. All right, Bichette takes that fastball low in the dirt for a ball, 2-1 count. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Bichette takes that fastball up and in for a ball, 3-1. All right, Del Castillo so far with the hardest hit ball of the day today. Of course, that was that 2-run RBI single that he had. Here's the 3-1 count to Bichette. Fouls off that fastball. Full count now. Polanco on deck here for the Mets. Here's the 3-2 pitch. And Bichette beats that ball into the dirt. Fielded cleanly by, who's at first base? By Vargas at first base. So, 3 up, 3 down here for the Diamondbacks bullpen again. Mets unable to score here. We go to the top of the 8th. Mets still up. Mets still behind 3-2. And also, that means one thing, because shoot. God damn it. Raley's going to come to the game, so we know what that means. Nope, that's the wrong one. Where is it? There we go.
in San Antonio, under that Texas sky. Uvalde roots run deep, where the strong ones learn to fly. Texas A&M Aggie, and drafted by the Cubs. Chased the dream through the bushes, never once gave up. From the mound is firing, left arm slinging heat, slider biting hard, putting batters in defeat. Played in Houston, Tampa, now Queens, in the black and blue, but his heart's forever red, white and true. He's a left-handed patriot, standing tall and proud, American through and through, screaming it loud, from the diamond to the flag. He's given all he's got. Brooks Riley, number 25, never backing down, never stopping the fight. Yeah, he's a patriot. God bless that arm, God bless the USA.
Brooks Raley, truly inspirational. All right, but everyone, Carson's here.
Hi.
All right,
Brooks,
and
I'm
here's-
sorry you're on the same team as Brett Beatty.
All right, here's Raley against Arenado. Falls behind in the count here, 2-0.
Playing un-American today, of course. Come on, Brooks.
Here's a 2-0 pitch to Arenado. Fouls off that cutter inside. Count now 2-1.
I don't know why they're wasting the Patriot, to be honest.
Here's a 2-1
Shouldn't waste him
pitch.
on this terrible team.
Slider misses outside. Raley behind now on Arenado 3-1. Three-one pitch. Cutter catches his own. Full count now to Arenado. Vargas on deck here for the Diamondbacks. Three-two pitch here from Raley. And Arenado's going to hit that ball up the middle. That's going to fall into the outfield for a base hit single here for Nolan Arenado. So the Diamondbacks have a leadoff single. All right, here's Vargas now up here. That pitch catches the zone. Raley ahead 0-1. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and Vargas grounds that ball into the dirt. Bichette over to second base. One out, over to Semien, but they're unable to complete the double play. Vargas with just enough speed to beat out that double play. But one out here for the Mets.
All right, well, looks like Lucan Baker is going to come in as a pinch hitter.
Right. Yep, so Alec Thomas is out of the game. All right. Raley into his stance. Here's the first pitch. Ball misses inside, 1-0. Here's the 1-0 pitch from Raley. Goes after that sweeper inside, and Baker misses. Count now 1-1. Here's the 1-1. Pitch misses, does not clip the outside part of the zone. Count now 2-1. Barossa on deck here for the Diamondbacks. Here's the 2-1 pitch by Raley. Again, pitch does not clip the outer part of the zone. So Baker has a 3-1 count here. Baker, career 206 hitter with 4 home runs, 22 RBIs, and a 655 OPS.
Come on.
Here's the 3-1 count, and Raley hits the strike zone with that sweeper. Count back to full now. Come on, left-handed Patriot. 3-2. Beautiful pitch there by Brooks Raley. Executes that backdoor sweeper for the second out of the inning.
Gorgeous.
His arm is just giving. It's giving patriotism.
It's giving hero.
All right, here's now Barossa up for his AB. Raley falls behind 1-0. Barossa, of course, 0 for 2 in this game. Had a sacrifice bunt back in the second inning, and then strike out and grounded out in his next 2 ABs. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Pitch hits the outside, or hits the inside part of the plate for a strike, 1-1. Of course, Mets Diamondbacks tomorrow, 4 o'clock or 4:10, same as today.
Likely we'll just have a post game for that, unless anybody's schedule changes. But
all right, pitch misses. Yeah, we'll tell them in the post game. We'll drop the details.
we'll drop the deets.
All right, Raley behind on Barossa here, 2-1. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and Barossa fouls off that pitch. Count now 2-2. Raley 1 strike away here from working through a clean 8th inning. Or a scoreless 8th inning, I should say.
Clean.
Here's the 2-2 pitch from Brooks Raley. Pitch just misses, or not just, but misses the zone. Full count now. Ketel Marte on deck here for the Diamondbacks. Here's the, oh nope, Raley checks Vargas there at first base, but he's back in there. 1 disengagement there.
Uh-oh. A disengagement.
Full count pitch by Raley.
Sit down.
And he swings and misses. Alvarez with the throw over to first base. 3 outs. So Brooks Raley works through a scoreless 8th inning here as we head to the bottom of the 8th now, where Polanco, Robert, and Beatty will hit here for the Mets.
Born in San Antonio.
I think we both played at the same
Yeah.
Under that Texas sky, Uvalde roots run deep, where the strong ones learn to
Score
fly.
3+. Boy, that would be nice, wouldn't it?
Texas A&M Aggie,
Just step on their necks.
by
That'd
the
be cool.
Cubs, chase the dream through the bushes.
Or they can tie the game. We can
Never
bring in
once
Richard Lovely.
gave up
That'd be cool.
From the
Because, you know, again, it's not a safe
mountains
situation for Devin Williams.
left arm slinging heat, slider biting hard, putting batters in defeat. Played in Houston, Tampa, now Queens, in the black and blue. But his heart's forever red, white and true. He's a left-handed patriot, standing tall and proud, American through and through, screaming it loud from the diamond to the flag. He's giving all he's got. Brooks Riley, number 25, never backing down, never stopping the fight. Yeah, he's a patriot. God bless that arm. God bless the USA.
He didn't really have his best stuff there, to be honest.
Nah, but he still got through because he's a
got through
patriot.
it like a true American. Exactly.
Yeah, he's a
Jonathan
patriot.
Lasagna is going to come in.
Lasagna? Like
Yep.
the food?
Yeah. Or
Did
as
you just-
the intelligent people say, or as the intelligent people would say, Loizaga. We're not
Lasagna.
intelligent people.
All right. Couple of changes here for the D-backs. Barossa moves into center field. Tim Tawa goes into left field. And Jonathan Loizaga is on the mound here for the Diamondbacks. First pitch strike to Jorge Polanco. He's ahead 0-1. Loizaga so far through 5 games, 1.69 ERA in 5 1/3 innings of work with 6 hits and 3 strikeouts. No walks or home runs allowed. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That pitch, all right, apparently misses. I'll take that. Count now 1-1. Polanco so far 1 for 3 today with a single back in the first inning. Struck out and flew out back in the 5th.
Come on, Jorge.
The 1-1 pitch, and Polanco drives that ball out to center field, and that's going to get down for a single, and the Mets have a base runner here in the bottom of the 8th.
That
And
pitch
Luis-
was like nowhere near the strike zone.
It was out.
But
it
he
was
got
tailing,
it. So.
It was tailing up and out, and credit to him, made good
right.
contact.
Tyrone Taylor will come in as a pinch runner.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, that makes. I thought you were about to say Taylor's about to pinch hit for Robert. I was like, what the fuck is Mendoza doing? Okay, yeah.
You wouldn't be surprised, though, right?
I wouldn't be surprised, but I'm just saying.
Well, you got to understand here. I mean, Taylor's
Taylor-
good against righties, so
Taylor, of course, rocking the new number 28. They should
He
send him
is.
here. Here's Robert in here. Good take there.
Bring Aura to the number. Send him. Small ball is shit.
Number 28, of course, worn by 2 former Mets, J.D. Martinez and Daniel Murphy.
Tyrone
1-0
Taylor,
pitch.
number 28. All right.
Pitch misses inside. Robert ahead here, 2-0. Come on, Lou Bob. Bobbert.
Bob Blue of Lou.
Here's a 2-0 pitch. Loizaga. Fastball misses low. Robert has to count the 3-0. I would just take here. Devin, look at Mendoza. I mean, this guy is like two sides of the brain. It's like
Left brain, right brain, right here. Unreal.
here's a 3-0 pitch to Loizaga. Fastball hits the zone. 3-1. Brett Beatty on deck here for the Mets.
Oh, thank God.
I was going to say D-backs with the highest bullpen ERA in the MLB so far with a 6.50 ERA. 3-1 count here to Robert. Here's the pitch. Ball hits the lower part of the zone for a strike. Full count here to Robert. Can we steal here with Tyrone Taylor, please? Please, that'd be
Would
cool.
be
That'd be pretty cool. Can we steal?
That would be kind of sex.
Robert calls time. Okay, here's Loizaga into his windup. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Oh, never mind. He checks back at first base. Taylor back in there safely. 1 disengagement.
That's 1.
All right, we're over 200 viewers now. As always, thank you guys for watching. Hit the like button, subscribe, hit the notification bell, share the live stream as well. As always, appreciate your guys' support. Full count pitch here to Robert. And he... Oh!
That's too close to take. That's too close to take, man.
That's a strikeout there for Loizaga. Robert strikes out looking. 1 out here for the Mets.
Too close to take, man. Protect the damn plate. Whatever.
All right. Now here's Beatty. Beatty 0 for 2 so far. Had that sacrifice fly back in the first inning, but then hit into a double play and struck out looking his last AB. Here's the first pitch to Beatty. Oh, okay. Like, listen, in this situation, please steal. Avoid the double play any way possible.
Yeah, I would do it, yeah. But
So
why would you bring in a pinch runner to run?
Yeah, kind of, yeah. I mean, kind of defeats the purpose, but hey. Sure, man.
I swear to God, dude.
Here's the first pitch to Beatty. Fouls off that fastball, 0-1. Vientos is on deck here for the Mets. Here's the 0-1. Beatty takes that pitch on the outside part of the plate for a strike.
It's a strike, Brett.
He's behind 0-2 now. Please steal with Taylor. Oh, 2 pitch to Beatty. Lays off that high fastball. 1-2. Good take. One-two pitch to Beatty. And he hits that ball up the middle. That's going to get through for a base hit. Taylor will go to third base. Brett Beatty with a single up the middle. And the Mets have runners at the corners here. And Mark Vientos will come up for a chance to tie up this ball game.
Thank you. About fucking time. Of course, he pounded it into the ground, but you know what? Baby steps. Baby steps. He's only 32. All right.
Come on, Mark.
Come on, Mark.
Vientos so far.
We said it at the same time. Twinsies.
Vientos over 3 in this game so far. Looking for his first. Oh no, Jared Young's pinch hitting. Okay, never mind.
That was in the air? Excuse me? It says Brett Beatty singles on a ground ball to center field. 5-degree launch angle. Ground ball.
All right, Jared Young swung a hot bat in the San Francisco series. Let's see if that can carry over into this AB. Because he's in a spot to tie up the ball game here for the Mets. Just need a sac fly to tie it.
Young pitch hitting, right-handed hitter. Loizaga is a sinker baller, so it keeps Mark Vientos from grounding into a double play. Such a professional hitter, Beatty.
Armand, what is going on?
Still
Should be
second. Might as well. I mean,
stay out of the
even
double
though
play.
Jared Young could likely beat out a ground ball.
All right, here's the first pitch by Loizaga. Good take there by Young. Takes that ball on the outside part of the plate. 1-0.
You see the pants jiggling? They jiggling. It's windy.
They jiggling like a certain part of the body.
Yes.
On the Mets Weekly Podcast. 1-0 pitch.
Oh.
Jared Young fouls off that fastball. 1-1. Those bad boys stealing the show. Stealing the show. You guys don't know those lyrics.
You probably will never. To be honest, maybe during a rain delay, we'll show it. Why not? We'll turn the monetization off for that little part. Come on.
Come on, Jared.
Come on. Jared Good.
1-1 pitch from Loizaga. Good take there by Young. That changeup was in the dirt. 2-1 count. Come on, Jared. Let's go.
Go, Jared. We love Jared.
Do it for Canada, Jared.
Do it for Canada. Come on.
2-1 pitch. And Young skies that ball to the outfield. That ball's not going to carry enough, but that is going to bring in another run on the sacrifice fly. So the Mets have tied up the ball game. Tyrell Taylor's in to score. Jared Young with the sacrifice fly, and the Mets have tied up this game at 3. Good AB
No one
there.
ever say anything bad about Jared Young ever again. He's him.
Great AB by Jared Young.
Wow, a guy that can lift the baseball with a runner at third. Huh?
Got the count to his favor, and then took that ball deep up to the outfield to bring in a run.
That was so pixie of him. All right, bring up Richard Loveland.
All right, now here's Semien up. Swings and misses at that cutter out of the zone. 0-1.
All right. You just sit Devin Williams down. This is not a safe situation. So put in Richard Lovelady.
No Carson. No.
I think it would be a good. To be honest, he needs reps.
Here's that pitch hits the outer part of the zone. Loizaga up 0-2 on Semien, who's 0 for 3 currently today.
You're just scapegoating him in the regular season.
Here's the 0-2 pitch to Semien. Lays off that cutter again outside.
Semien's 0 for 7 in his career against Loizaga.
Count now at 1-2. Loizaga into his windup. Here's the 1-2 pitch. And Semien hits that ball out to center field. It's not going to be enough. Barrosa's going to get underneath it to record the final out of the inning. But the Mets do tie up this game in the bottom of the 8th, courtesy of a Jared Young sacrifice fly. So we're tied up at 3-3, heading to the top of the 9th. Where hopefully anybody but Dickie Lovelady pitches. You hear me, Mendoza? Cool, thanks.
No. Let's see. How you liking Jared? I like Young.
I'll be right back.
I like him. I like Jared Young. I've actually been one of the few who've said I like Jared Young because he can, lift a baseball. Things like that. Sometimes you just need to lift a baseball. Coinage stocks, what's going on? Devin Williams comes in for the 9th. High Lev Dev with the game tied here in the 9th. He is going to face, I believe, 1, 2, and 3 of the order. So this is probably the biggest test for Devin Williams so far in his Mets career. How you doing, Brad? For those of you in here, make sure to hit the like button if you have not already. Really helps us out. Make sure to Make sure to hit the subscribe button if you are new. Seeing a lot of new
Please tell me Devin Williams is pitching.
I Love Dev is in.
Okay, good.
They thought about giving it to Lovelady, but the Mendoza said, okay, heads or tails. And luckily, it landed on sides. So I guess. Oh yeah, that whole thing with Sexy Dexy. Hit the like button, you fools.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yes,
Correct.
always. Jared Young is in to play first base now.
Any Giants fans in here? How do y'all feel about that? Jared Young at first base.
All right, here's Devin Williams facing Ketel Marte. So he's got the top of the order here. So tough test here for Devin Williams, but he gets ahead of Marte here, 0-1.
Toughest test yet.
Got to face Marte, Carroll, and Perdomo. Top of the D-backs lineup. Here's the 0-1.
Ooh.
Marte fouls off that fastball inside, so Williams ahead.
Sharp fastball.
0-2. Right, Marte, of course, 1 for 4 in this game. His only hit was a single back in the first inning.
I'm not going to do what I was going to say because we all know what's going to happen afterwards.
Here's the 0-2. Changeup taken in the dirt. 1-2.
Come on.
Ketel Marte 2 for 5 in his career against Devin Williams with 1 RBI. Here's the 1-2 pitch. And Marte skies that ball out to right field, and that ball's just going to drop in front of Beatty. So Ketel Marte on here with a leadoff single.
Okay, so Mendoza, you brought in Tyrone Taylor, and still he's not in right field. He's the DH. All right, cool. Sick, man. Sick. Didn't want to lose the DH with a fully rested bullpen. Got it.
All right, now here's Corbin Carroll up. Goes after that outside changeup and swings and misses. 0-1. Carroll 1 for 4 here in this game. Only hit was back in the 5th inning with a single. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Fouls off that changeup, so Dev is ahead 0-2 of Carroll.
Is he trying to lose his job? Like, I really do wonder. Is he trying?
Well,
does he know he's not going to get a new contract because this is his last year of his contract? Or does he just like, hey, Carson vouched for me in my first 2 years. I should just make him look like an idiot?
It's a good question.
Jesus Christ, man.
All right, here's the 0-2 pitch here by Devin Williams. And he gets Corbin Carroll to swing and miss at that up on that inside fastball. 1 out here for the Mets here in the top of the 9th. Good pitch there by Williams. Gave him a couple changeups and then beat him inside with that fastball. Now here's Perdomo up here for the Diamondbacks.
Oh, thank you to Shay earlier for that donation. I just realized. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Very generous donation. Perdomo fouls off that fastball. 0-1. And he gave us European money, too.
Nice.
He gave us British pounds. All right, here's the 0-1 pitch to Perdomo. And he hits that ball in the air. Beatty's going to get under that to make the second out of the inning. 2 outs.
Did you just see him almost fall over?
He did. He almost. I know. Yeah, but Carson, the only reason why
I know it was Pixie, and he got a crumble cookie. No. He ate a crumble cookie while he did it.
Oh, former Met Paul Sewald is warming up in the bullpen for the Diamondbacks alongside Kevin Ginkel.
Ginkle.
No, but he wanted to almost fall over, but so because he wants to go viral on TikTok. You gotta understand, Carson. It's all about the angles.
What's going on here?
I don't know. What's Dev arguing about here? Oh, he
Oh.
wanted to know if he got called for a pitch clock violation. Okay,
I was
there you
about
go.
to say, Devin Williams don't have, Devin Williams is too, he's too pixie to argue with umpires. Come on.
All right, here's Gabby Moreno now up here for the D-backs with 2 outs and Ketel Marte on first base. Here's the first pitch by Devin Williams. Misses outside with that fastball. 1-0. Come on, Dev. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Changeup is fouled off. 1-1. Amber, I want to win this game. I'm not doing it to help you fucking assholes out there in the... You guys don't need any help. Do you see your fucking division? Piss off.
We're desperate Dodger fans.
1-1. Beautiful changeup gets in there for Devin Williams. Bro, you guys don't need any fucking help. Piss off. Back-to-back World Series champions. Oh, help me stave off the Diamondbacks.
Help me get a division lead in April.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. Oh no! It's just
off.
gonna get over the head of Lindor. Moreno here with the single here.
That literally was at his fucking toe. Did you see where that pitch was?
Yeah, it was low and away, very low and away.
Look at this shit. Fucking foot off the ground, inch off the ground. Unbelievable.
All right. Del Castillo will now hit here for the Diamondbacks. Of course, he gave the Diamondbacks the lead in the 5th inning with that 2-run RBI single of Brazovan. But hopefully the Mets can contain him here.
Oh, God. Yeah, Stepbro had a little bit of an oopsie.
All right. Here's the... Yep. Oh, I'm sorry, Mets. Yeah, that tied the game. Aaron Nado gave him the lead. My bad.
Yeah.
All right.
Nado gave him the lead. You're right. It all went by so quick, you know? Usually Stepbro lasts longer than that.
Williams ahead here 0-1. Del Castillo swings to that fastball, so Williams is ahead here 0-2. Bro, it's so hard to concentrate because all I heard was dishes being broken, and it fucked up my it fucked up my rhythm.
Someone had a yoga injury. It was a disaster.
Yeah, bro, the washing machine fucking broke. All right, here's the 0-2 pitch here by Devin Williams. Beautiful strikeout there by Devin Williams. Yeah! He gets Del Mastro there to strike out with the fastball. Devin Williams is hyped, screaming into his glove. And we're heading out to the bottom of the ninth with the Mets, where they have a chance now to walk this game off. Benj, it's going to be Benj, Alvarez, and Lindor here to hit for the Mets in the bottom of the ninth. Please can we walk it off too? I really don't want to play more fucking extra inning games. We've played fucking enough.
That would be sick, wouldn't it?
Because then we'll actually fucking see Lovelady pitch.
All right. Yeah, this is the problem that you don't have any other outfielders having Ronnie Mauricio here. This is the problem. You can't pitch Ronnie Mauricio. Depends on who's coming in.
Torrens to walk it off. I mean, we could play Torrens in the outfield. What's the worst that's gonna happen?
Yeah, we already got Beatty out there, so, you know. Actually, you know what? Put Richard Lovelady in center field.
Imagine if Richard Lovelady just becomes like a fucking Gold Glove center field.
Kevin Ginkel comes in.
Oh, no Paul Sewald.
No SeaWorld. No SeaWorld for you, Louie.
Listen. Ben just had a tough start to his career so far.
I'm sorry. I made myself laugh. I'm sorry.
I just clocked because I missed in this at the beginning. But listen, Ben just had a tough start to his career so far. Imagine he hits a walk-off home run here. That would be nice.
No, absolutely not.
No, it's not allowed.
No.
Okay.
No.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry I even recommended that.
You should be in jail for that.
How stupid by me. All right, here we go.
He has had a tough career. It would really, but to be honest, let's get one run. Let's hit. I feel that, you know?
All right, here's Carson Bench up here against Kevin Ginkel. Takes that inside fastball for a ball. 1-0. Oh, to be fair to Bench, he's had a couple good ABs this game.
Benj has actually looked okay today, yeah.
Here's the pitch. Bench fouls off that inside fastball. 1-1.
Man, he does not get cheated on that swing.
Come on, Carson.
Come on.
The 1-1 pitch. And Benj gets under that. That's going to carry.
Got under it. He just got
going
under
to
it.
go.
Yeah.
Oh, what a fucking nice play by Barosas.
I knew he just got under it. I could tell. It just one little centimeter of the middle of the bat. Oh.
He got under, but I was hoping that that would drop.
Oh. Good swing though.
No, I agree. Rivy, Benj will be fine. He's young, he's settle in. Just needs to win this at bat.
I saw it right there. I saw it like right there. Oh.
All right, 1 out away here, and Alvarez up here with a chance to walk off this ball game. Of course, Alvy has one career walk-off home run, and that was against the Orioles back in 2024. Challenge, yep. He's gonna win that. Thanks, Alvy.
Thanks for challenging, Alvy. 8 innings too late, but thanks. Wow.
Call overturned. Come on, Alvy.
Alvarez took a stand there.
Here's the 1-0 pitch from Ginkel. Alvarez hits that ball into the ground, fielded by Perdomo, over to first base. 2 outs. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Don't fucking hurt yourself now.
Oh. Oh my God, isn't that cute?
They hugged.
I like it.
Oh, damn. He's fucking stepped on his ankle. Damn. All right, here's Lindor.
Come on, Slam.
Man, he could have fucking killed Vargas. Come on, Lindor. Good take there. 1-0.
Here we go into extra innings as Richard Lovelady is warming up.
All right. Lindor's 1 for 4 against Kevin Ginkel. Come on, Lindor.
We call him the Gink.
Takes that pitch for a ball. 1-1. We got a D-backs fan in here. Unfortunately, I cannot say that. Well, listen, I'm sorry, Mark, but the Dodgers fan in here wants us to win this game, so I apologize.
To win. The Dodgers, fuck you, the Dodgers have to win. It's like, what's it called, the ref ball? Fuck you, Tom Brady's got to win.
Here's the 1-1 pitch to Lindor. Takes that fastball up and away for a strike. 1-2. Luke Weaver's warming up here for the Mets.
Yes.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. Lindor takes that changeup outside with a slider for a ball. 2-2. Come on, Francisco. Let's go. 2-2. Good take there by Lindor. Fastball just off the plate for a full count. I agree with this statement, by the way, Kilgore. All right, 3-2 pitch to Lindor, and he just hit his bat.
That was a hard slider, man.
Yeah. Come on, Lindor.
Lindor hits that. Come on, man.
Come on. All right, 3-2 pitch again. And Lindor swings and misses at that slider for strike 3. So the Mets unable to bring in any runs in the bottom of the 9th. We now head to extra innings in the top of the 10th, where Luke Weaver will take the mound for the Mets. More extra innings. Yay!
Daydream Weaver, take me home. Remember, the key is to only allow 1 at maximum, which, has a higher chance of happening. With,
Take me home.
Country road, take me home to the place
where I belong, City Field, to watch the Mets play some ball,
Crumble Cookie Bakery,
to film some TikToks,
all right.
and slay.
Yes.
Come on, Luke.
Luke Weaver. Only give up 1, or if you want to give up 0, that would be cool.
That'd be pretty pixie too.
Jose Fernandez will pinch run for Adrian Del Castillo at second base.
Okay.
I've never really seen. I don't think have we ever seen a pinch runner in extra innings for the ghost runner? I don't think I've ever seen that.
I'm pretty sure there was a couple times where Alvarez was the ghost runner and they pitch ran him.
Oh, they called him flat on the sideline and they just took him out. Okay.
I'm pretty sure there's been a couple instances of that. I could be wrong, but I don't know. All right, here's Luke Weaver.
Daydream Weaver.
Weaver will face Arenado here. Here's the first pitch. Fastball misses up and away. 1-0. Weaver almost bust his ass there, landing on the mound.
He may have. Typical things you want to see in extra innings.
Arenado's 2 for 4 so far today. Double and an RBI. Of course,
He's been
double.
turning back the clock.
All right, here's the 1-0 pitch. Cutter misses low and away. 2-0.
Come on.
Here's a 2-0 pitch. And Arenado skies that. Semien backs up.
Go away, Beatty. Go away, Beatty.
Semien. Up. There we go. There's 1 out.
Take control, Beatty.
Great pitch there by Weaver. And Semien there catches that to record the first out.
10K on Mets? Jesus
Are you
Christ.
betting 10K on the Mets or
betting for the Mets? Woo! Someone's a high roller.
All right, here's Ildemaro Vargas up here. 1 for 4 today. Come on, Luke.
Yeah, he's Luke Weaver. Come on.
Here's the pitch. Beautiful change up there by Weaver. Gets ahead 0-1.
Daydream Weaver.
Here's the 0-1. Fastball. Oh, sorry. Change up in the dirt. 1-1.
God bless the USA. This Vargas guy, man.
Tim Tawa on deck for the D-backs.
I think it's pronounced Tawawawawa.
Here's the 1-1 from Weaver. And he skies that into the air. Someone get the fuck out. Yo, someone. Alvy!
Alvy! Oh my god, dude! Get your fucking head out of your ass! God! This guy is horrendous! Oh my god! Well, at least she can hit, right? Like...
That cost them the run.
Jesus Christ, you have a chance to get one of the biggest Met killers of recent out? And that's what you do?
1-2 pitch. And he skies into center field, but Robert's going to get there for the second out. Thank you.
I love you, Robert.
I thought that was going to I thought that was going to get down for a second. I was like, fuck off.
I love you, Robert. I love you.
All right, 2 outs here. Tim Tawa comes up to hit here for the Diamondbacks.
Again, I think it's pronounced.
Yeah, I know. Tawa is 2 for 13.
They dropped a pop-up that Alvarez didn't call off, but he should have. He wasn't paying attention. Too cold to win? Yeah, probably.
No home runs, no RBIs, and a 445 OPS this year.
Sounds like the perfect guy to give them the lead. Oh, I'm sorry if I sounded negative there. I just hate fucking extra inning games when the team should have been scoring.
All right. Here's the first pitch. Beautiful changeup, but first base umpire says he held up. So 1-0 count. And yup, he held.
Come on, Weaver.
Here's the 1-0 pitch. Changeup misses inside, 2-0. Come on, Luke. 2-0. It's outside. I mean, if you walk him, it's not the worst thing in the world. You got the 9-hole hitter and Barbosa up after.
Yeah, because yeah.
Not to clown, not to say like anything bad about Barbosa, but just if you have a 3-0 count, don't throw like anything stupid over the middle of the plate.
Nice frame, Alvy.
All right, there we go. Fastball just clips the zone. Good frame there, Alvarez, as Carson said. 3-1 count.
Who's Carson? Where am I?
Well, you, the Carson from the chat.
Oh, ooh! I've never been on this panel before.
Here's the 3-1 pitch. Beautiful fastball there. Gets Tawa swinging. Count is now back to full. Come on, Luke. Dream big, Weave.
Be Pooks. Just be Pooks.
All right, steps off here.
Come on.
Full count pitch here by Weaver. Swing and a miss. Yeah! Weaver gets him to strike out. The Mets don't give up any runs here in the top of the 10th, and now we head to the bottom part of the 10th where Bichette, Taylor, and Robert will have a chance to walk off this ball game for the Mets.
Woohoo!
Weaver, all right, listen, for that, Weaver deserves a song tonight. We have to cook up a song for him tonight.
Yeah, that was so ballsy. We should make a song about Weaver's balls.
Wouldn't it be so pixie if Bo walked off the game right here?
Would be cute.
He would just be giving walk-off.
God, the whole fucking bullpen's gonna... The whole bullpen is dead for David Peterson tomorrow. Great. Oh, God. David, gonna need one of your classic results man 7-inning outings.
Well, I mean, they got Tobias Myers. He'll be available tomorrow, so he can eat some innings. So, I mean, like, if you get, let's say you get, I mean, if you get 5 out of Peterson, which I would want 6, but you can go 2-3 innings with Tobias Myers and you should be fine. If anything, you could just fucking kill Shamanai again.
Check the chat.
Yeah, I know, I saw. What the fuck? That's up there with the Drew Holiday text.
Yep.
All right, Lindor is the ghost runner here, so you got speed on the bases, and former Met Paul Sewald is on the mound.
He infected me.
All right, here's Bo now. Bo swings and misses to the fastball, 0-1.
Paul Sewald.
Come on, Bo. Here's the pitch. Bo fouls off that pitch inside. Sewald ahead, 0-2. At least hit a fly ball to right field to let Lindor tag up.
That would be cute.
Or just hit a ball to the right side of the infield to advance him anyway. That works. All right. 0-2 pitch here from Sewald. And Bichette hits it up the middle! Oh, but a beautiful play by Ketel Marte. But that does advance the runner, so it does the job. And Robert now has a chance here to win the ball game for the Mets.
Well, how many does he have? How many does he have?
Beautiful play there. Scores 3-3. Rush. All right, but here we go. 1 out away. Lindor on third base, and Robert has a chance to walk off this ball game for the Mets. The infield is going to be in here for the Diamondbacks because
It's actually going to be Ronnie Mauricio.
Oh, Mauricio's going to pinch hit. Okay.
For Tyrone Taylor. Okay. I'm going to guess it's because it's a right-hander.
Well, lefty Ronnie has been pretty good so far throughout his major league career.
He has been. Unfortunately, he has been hitting better from the right side in Syracuse so far this year.
Look at the hump on those. Look at the hump. I mean, the jump for the ump.
Yeah. Not you really, Matt. You're really
what?
You're really not squashing those allegations, you know.
I meant to say hops. Meant to say hops at first, and then ump and hop got mixed together for hump.
Anything to the outfield, big fella. I'm sorry they're oppressing you because of Beatty. Anything to the outfield, big fella.
You see what Steven just texted?
Oh God, what did he say?
All right, here's Mauricio. Swings and misses at that high fastball.
Calm down.
Mauricio's actually been a pretty good pinch hitter in his career. 4 for 8 with a double.
He has.
Come on, just to the outfield. To the outfield.
Watch
Fouls
it.
back that pitch. Mauricio falls behind here, 0-2. Beatty on deck. Oh, sorry, not Bud. Beatty. No, yeah, I'm sorry. Robert's on deck here because this is Polanco's spot originally.
Come on, Ronald. Come on.
Come on. 0-2 pitch here. And he hits that ball out to the right field. That ball's going to get over the head of Carroll. Ronnie Mauricio with a walk-off hit. And the Mets win this ball game 4-3. They take the first game of this 3-game set against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Ronnie Mauricio with his first AB back up in the major leagues. Just called up the last couple of days, and he delivers. Put it in the books, as Howie Rose says it.
Well, we were talking about what could Ronnie be doing, where are the ABs going to get. I hope that he just earned more right there, because let's go, man. Ronald!
All right.
Let's fucking go. 4 in a row, baby.
Well, everybody, Mets win this ball game 4-3. As I said before, they take the opening game of this 3-game set against Arizona. And as always, guys, thank you guys for watching. We will now set up the post-game show. So we will go into a 9-minute break. And yeah, we will be right back. So stay tuned, guys. All right, everybody, we are back live on YouTube and on X for post-game coverage of Mets versus Diamondbacks, Game 11 of 162, the first game of this three-game set. But first and foremost, make sure to subscribe for live episodes of the Mets Weekly Podcast following every single regular season series. As I said before, if you guys did not check out yesterday's episode, both Carson and Andrew both broke down the Giants series, so make sure you guys check that out. For those of you watching on playback and want to join the conversation in the future, make sure to turn on our post notifications to not miss when we go live for the next game, which we're probably not doing a live watch along tomorrow because, as you guys recall, just like today's game, they moved the game up to 4:10. So unless any of our schedules changes, the plan for right now is there will be no watch along. Of course, that could always change. Always, guys, look out for notifications or any live updates. But the plan for right now is at least we'll have a post game tomorrow. So no watch along. Again, for now, apologies. I know you guys love the watch alongs, but we will make sure that we'll get a post game out tomorrow at the very least. Like I said, game tomorrow is at 4:10. And also make sure to follow Mets Weekly on X, TikTok, follow us individually. All the links are down below in the description as always. But the Mets, they continue their winning ways. 4 straight wins in a row as they beat the Diamondbacks today in extra innings in the bottom of the 10th inning via a Ronnie Mauricio walk-off single. Ronnie Mauricio was just called up from the bus on Syracuse because Juan Soto went on the IL. And look, credit to Ronnie Mauricio. He got put in a big situation, in a spot where, and typically, at least hitting from the left-handed side, he's been pretty good. But we've seen that over his short career so far in the major leagues, he has had trouble overall, with his hitting approach. But to be correct to him, and they even showed it on the on the score bug before that at bat, that Ronnie Mauricio actually was like a pretty good pinch hitter in his career. He went 4 for 8 with an RBI, I believe, and right there he increases his odds. Right there, he goes 4 for 9, add another RBI into that, and yeah, listen, again, not a clean Mets performance all around, but they found a way to get the win, and that's the most important thing right now, that they're winning these ball games. And it's also what we like, and we discussed this on the last episode of the post-game show, that they're finding a way to win these close games, which again is something that this Mets team last year wasn't capable of doing.
Yeah, finding a way to win close games and also beating up on bad teams, because for whatever reason, I'm seeing Met fans on Twitter that are whining about how, they're only beating bad teams right now. Wait till they play good teams, which I would say that's fair if it wasn't for the fact that, one, we have spoke about for years how this team notoriously plays down the competition and how it annoys the ever-living piss out of us. So now that they're beating the bad teams, I think it's a double standard to sit here and complain. And number 2, again, we've spoke about it for weeks on end. Lindor did have a better day at the plate today, but he's only going to get better as the season goes along. Bo Bichette is going to be more of a consistent hitter, and Juan Soto's out of the lineup. All I care about right now is find a way to tread water until you get Juan Soto back into this lineup, and then you'll start to play better teams by that point. Obviously, the Dodgers and Cubs are coming up on the schedule, but outside that relatively light schedule, just tread water until he gets back, and then we'll see how we could assess this team in a couple of weeks and see if it was fair or not to say, they're barely beating bad teams. Because at the end of the day, again, I do not care who they're beating. Beat them right now, because they were not doing this in the past. And then, of course, like you said, the tight games thing as well. All of last year, we were complaining this team couldn't win tight games. They couldn't win when trailing going into X inning. And, here we are now in back-to-back games, and they're trailing in the 8th inning, and they end up finding a way to get the job done.
Yeah, and this is another thing, too. They've won all these games that these starting pitchers performed in. Of course, Zach Gallen is not at the caliber of Logan Webb and Paul Skeens is right now. I mean, if you say 2023 Zach Gallen, I could go along with that. But notoriously, the Mets have had troubles hitting Zach Gallen in the past. So, but again, it's nice to see that, because we saw plenty of times last year where the Mets came up against these top-end starting pitchers, and this is something that we mentioned a bunch last year when we were doing our podcast episodes, that it just seemed like whenever these top aces that came up against the Mets, they just shut them down. Or like we'll give out the example in which, funny enough today, it did happen, because in the first inning, the Mets did load up the bases with no outs, and they were only able to muster up one run. But thankfully, they were able to still come through and win this game. But again, it's nice to see that this Mets offense and this Mets lineup, they're having success against these better pitchers. And just what you were saying off the like how Mets fans are saying, oh, like they're only beating bad teams, like other fan bases are saying they're beating bad teams. You guys do realize, right? The reason why the Mets missed the playoffs last year, right, is because they lost 4 series in a row to the Nationals and Marlins, 2 each last year, and that was the main reason why they missed the playoffs, right? So don't give me this bullshit, oh, they're beating bad teams. Yes, you want to see that you're capable of beating the good teams 100%, but you know what? If you want to be a good team and you want to rack up wins, most of the teams you're playing, they're not the elite teams. There's only one Dodgers, there's only one Cubs, there's only, one Mariners, Yankees. There's only so many good teams. Most of the schedule that you're playing, bad to mediocre teams. And those are the teams that this Mets team over the past couple of years, they've severely struggled against.
Exactly. And again, just tread water until Juan Soto gets back. Obviously, that doesn't eliminate some of the other questions that I have with this team, which, the main thing I was talking about in our group chat throughout the game is I have major concerns about this bullpen and how you're going to get to the dog days of the season with the construction of this bullpen being as piss poor as it is, which, yes, AJ Minter coming back will obviously help with that, but we still just don't even have a timeline on him. So I can't sit here and count on him coming back anytime soon. So it's going to be, a drag in that regard. But with the offense, to sit here and say, oh, I have concerns about Bo Bichette, I think is just asinine right now. If he's still struggling in a couple of weeks, which even then he's coming off his best series so far of the season, give him time. And then again, Juan Soto is going to come back, and that will improve this offense. The starting pitching has been effective for the most part. Obviously, David Peterson, who pitches tomorrow, worries there. And then I'm also seeing, the Freddie Peralta complaints online, which, listen, was this outing, not the best? Sure. I mean, again, hitting a batter up in the 0-2 count or a 1-2 count, whatever it was inexcusable in that spot, especially because it gave Brosabon a worse matchup in that situation. But at the end of the day, we spoke about it when they got Freddie. This is who he is. This is who he is, where he gives you innings. It's not going to be, 7 to 8 inning outings. He might have that sprinkled in every now and then, but he's more of a 5-6 inning guy. And if anyone expected something else, then I really don't know what to tell you. All you had to do was go to his game logs last season and see that that was what he was doing, more outings than not. And again, I thought his command was just, a little bit all over the place in the first few innings as well. He also, got unfortunate there with that one error from Lindor in the second inning. I am not concerned about Freddie, and I think it's ridiculous that we're already sitting here with that. Like, really the only thing I am concerned about right now, despite, this 4-game winning streak, is the bullpen.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's Mets fans being concerned about Freddie Peralta. I mean, that's just it's clownish behavior in my opinion. And not that I want to call anybody a clown, but I mean, come on. Like again, like you said, like if anyone was expecting Freddie Peralta to be a consistent 7-inning pitcher, like you were never getting that, because he's never been that guy in his career. He's always been a 5-6 inning guy. And again, like Peralta for me wasn't terrible today. He just wasn't sharp. And because his pitch count kind of did work a little bit. I mean, he had the one quick inning. I believe it was either the third or fourth inning where he had 11 pitches. The other innings, he had around like 20-something pitches. And I mean, the last inning of work, I believe he threw like 28, 29 pitches, something like that. But I mean, like, again, like when you look at his pitches individually, I mean, I thought his fastball was decent. His changeup was working beautifully today. I mean, there was one strikeout today that he had on Ketel Marte. He threw him back-to-back changeups inside and he completely froze him. I mean, disgusting. The only problem I had with Peralta today was you can't hit Gabriel Moreno when you're up 0-2 with 2 outs. It just can't happen. And again, I didn't like that pitch selection as well. Even though his curveball I thought today was solid as well, along with the changeup, I just thought that his changeup was so effective. I'm like, just go with the changeup as the put away pitch. And it was 0-2, so you still have pitches to work with. It's not like, it's a 3-2 count. It's like, I have to make sure, I get this strike right here. Like, I understand his pitch count was high. He was already at 100, and which is another thing, because I know we've killed, and we'll talk about Mendoza in a little bit in a second. But I know we've killed Mendoza for either pulling the plug too quickly on guys or taking out or leaving in guys a little bit too late. I actually agreed with his decision to leave Peralta in to face Moreno. And like I said, he was ahead 0-2. Originally, I thought he was going to pull him when he walked the last guy to get the Moreno. And I believe that was Perdomo's the 3-hitter, where he walked Perdomo. I thought he was going to pull the plug right there. But credit to him, he kept him in there, and it's just, Peralta's going to do a better job of executing, because, again, you can't throw an inside curveball and hit him there on an 0-2 count.
Yeah, and I'm also going to say 2 things that fans won't want to hear. And, believe me, I've been in this camp, too, of, I don't want to hear the excuses, but I thought early on as well throughout the start, I thought the ump was squeezing a little bit on some of the calls, which you could also chalk that up to, what Carson's saying, that Alvarez needs to be better, because I thought Alvarez was not doing a good job framing early in the start. And then, cost him 12 bullets in the first inning. Lindor extended the inning, the second inning too. Met Fedzi to cut the crap and watch the cause and effect exactly, which they're not capable of doing. And then the other thing I think that affected it, and again, I hate saying this because it annoys me a lot, this excuse, because in October, because in October, you're going to deal with cold weather, but we're talking about a guy that has pitched in a dome his entire career and is acclimating to pitching outdoors for the majority of his starts now. And again, I hate that excuse usually, and it drives the ever-living piss out of me, but I'm willing to give leeway because of the fact that it's his first time out of a dome for the majority of his starts in his career. And I think that did play a role, because you saw the way some of his pitches were over breaking even at times, where he just couldn't get command of some of the pitches.
Yeah, 100%. But I mean, just look at the breakdown. I mean, again, like, that changeup was filthy. He threw it 20% of the time. He got 5 swings, 5 whiffs and 10 swings on that. So that changeup was very effective today. And like I mentioned before, that AB where he struck out Ketel Marte and gave him back-to-back inside changeups. I mean, that was just filthy and disgusting. And that's, again, like, Mets fans should not be worried about Freddie Peralta. If anyone's worried about Freddie Peralta, you guys got to relax, because look at what our starting rotation was at the end of last year. Like, Peralta's going to be just fine. But anyway, guys, over to the post-game recap now. So as we talked about before, the Mets defeat the Arizona Diamondbacks in 10 innings. They improve their record to 7-4. They're currently on a 4-game winning streak. The Diamondbacks fall to 5-6. Luke Weaver gets the win today, his first win of the year. Former Met Paul Sewald gets a loss. His record drops to 0-2. Over to the offensive side of things, for the D-backs, Ketel Marte went 2 for 5, Corbin Carroll 1 for 5, Geraldo Perdomo 0 for 4, Gabby Moreno 2 for 3, Del Castillo 1 for 5. Fernandez came in as a pinch runner. He did not record an at-bat. Nolan Arenado 2 for 5. Ildemaro Vargas only went 1 for 5, surprisingly, since he does have very good numbers against the New York Mets. Alec Thomas 0 for 2. Baker came in as a pinch runner, or as a pinch hitter, and struck out in his AB. Tim Tawa came in. Tim Tawa came in for defense, got an AB. He went 0 for 1, and then Barossa, he went 0 for 3. Over to the Mets side of things, Lindor with a better game. He goes 2 for 5. Bo Bichette 1 for 5. Jorge Polanco with a pretty good day at the plate, 2 for 4. Ronnie Mauricio came in as a pinch runner and as the DH, but did not record an at-bat in this game. Ronnie Mauricio, who we'll get into more, he came in as the pinch hitter, 1 for 1, and drove in the winning RBI. Luis Robert Jr., 0 for 2, but he did have a walk in this game. Brett Beatty, he went 1 for 3. Mark Vientos, 0 for 3. Not a great day to play for him. Jared Young, he came into pinch hit, and he hit a sacrifice fly to tie up the game at 3-3. Marcus Semien, rough day to play for him, 0 for 4. Carson Bench, he went 0 for 3. Got a little bit unlucky with his last AB. Hard hit ball to right field, but Barossa made an incredible catch. And then Francisco Alvarez, he went 1 for 3 in this game. Over to the Diamondbacks pitching side, Zach Gallen, he went 5 innings, 5 hits, 1 earned run, 4 walk, 5 strikeouts. Ryan Thompson, 1 inning of work, and it was a clean inning for him on 8 pitches. Murillo then came in, and again, he had a clean inning of work on 10 pitches. Loizaga then came in. He pitched an inning with 2 hits, 1 earned run, no walks, 1 K on 21 pitches. Kevin Ginkel then came in. He had for the most part, clean. He had a clean inning. It was a 1-2-3 inning, 1 strikeout on 12 pitches. And then former Met Paul Sewald, he came in to pinch the 10th inning, and in a third inning of work, he gave up the 1 hit, which was to Ronnie Mauricio, which drove in the game-winning RBI. Over to the Mets side of things, like we talked about, Freddie Peralta, 4 2/3, 3 hits, 3 earned runs, 3 walks, 5 Ks, 101. Again, not the greatest performance by Peralta, but I thought he was solid. Again, do you want to see him maybe go the full 5 and maybe even go into the 6? Absolutely. I think if he just cleans up the walks a little bit, and like we talked about before, with the weather maybe affecting his command of some of his pitches, but overall, I thought Peralta was all right for the most part. Brazoban then pitched a third of an inning. Not a great day for him. He gave up the game tying hit it was Del Castillo in the 5th inning, and then a batter later, Nolan Arenado, came through to give the Diamondbacks the lead. So 2 hits, no earned runs because those all went to Peralta. No walks, no strikeouts on 14 pitches. Not a great outing there for Huascar Brazoban, which breaks our heart because we love Step Bro on this channel. Luis Garcia. I wish we had Rico Garcia on this team, but Luis Garcia then came in out of the bullpen for the Mets, and surprisingly, he had 2 very good innings of work. Only gave up 1 hit, no earned runs, no walks, 0 Ks on 23 pitches. Brooks Raley, our left-handed Patriot, came in, and he had a very good inning of work. 1 inning pitch, 1 hits, no runs given up, no walks, no Ks on 20 pitches. Devin Williams then came in to pitch the 9th. Clean inning of work from him for the most part. Give up 2 hits, but 2 strikeouts in 16 pitches. And then Luke Weaver came in, pitched the top of the 10th, and he had a very big inning for them. 1 inning of work, no hits, no earned runs, no walks, 1 strikeout on 13 pitches. And then over to the player of the game. I think you guys know who got player of the game. I think it's pretty obvious. It is Ronnie Mauricio, of course, went 1 for 1 in his 1 AB. It was a single, 1 RBI, and of course, it was the walk-off RBI. And I mean, listen, you got to give major credit to Ronnie, right? Because this was a guy that, was fighting for his roster spot in spring training, just got beat out, got sent down to AAA, performed in AAA. And listen, when you get called up, whether it's through injury or just through, good performance, which, to give credit to Ryan Mauricio, he was performing well in AAA at the time of his call-up, but obviously the injury and the Juan Soto going on the IL did help his cause to get called up in this situation. But look, you have to give credit to Ryan Mauricio, because just because you get the opportunity, it doesn't mean that you take it. And look, he didn't start this game. Obviously, Mendoza coming into this game said that the opportunities are going to be very limited for Ryan Mauricio to play. And look, he got an AB. It was a pinch hit. It was a pinch hit opportunity and a big opportunity to win the ball game for the Mets. And he came through. He was down 0-2, got a pitch that he liked, and he drove it out to right field over the head of Corbin Carroll, and he drove in the winning run. So, listen, you got to give massive credit to Ronnie Mauricio, because this is a guy that has really, I mean, listen, obviously, when you look at it 2 years ago in the October 2023, it was like November 2023, he ended up tearing his ACL after making his debut in the 2023 season, missed a huge part of the 2024 year, got some chances in 2025, was a bit up and down with his performances, but look, now he's up here. Again, like Mendoza said, his opportunities are not, he's not going to have a lot of opportunities to play, but listen, if he's going to take the opportunities that he does have and he comes through big, he comes through in these big scenarios with these clutch type of hits, and he plays, good defense, and he's a very good player on the base pass, then Ronnie Mauricio, there's going to be a conversation for him to keep his place on the team when a guy like Juan Soto comes back from injury. So, listen, we'll see what happens, obviously, but but good stuff from Ronnie Mauricio there to win this ball game for the Mets. But, guys, before we get out of here, just going to go through your guys' comment section and see what you guys are saying. Hornet saying, I told you Mauricio would walk it off. You did, Hornet, so credit to you. Stanley saying, you got to believe, 100%. Stanley also saying 4 consecutive wins. Yup. And let's hope that they can make it 5 consecutive wins tomorrow. Of course, David Peterson is going to be on the mound tomorrow for the Mets, and then for the Diamondbacks. Let me just see who's pitching for them. Give me 1 second, guys. It is going to be Ryan Nelson on the mound for them. So let's see if the Mets can take tomorrow's game, and then, hopefully they win tomorrow and they secure a series win. Stanley also saying the Mets winning without Soto. Yup, that is 100%. That is huge indeed. Pause. She loved me on payday. What is going on? I don't believe I've ever seen you in here, but Mets have no pitching. They have the chance. I don't agree that they have no pitching. If you want to, go after the bullpen construction, okay, I could see your argument there. But they have a decent starting rotation. I mean, to say that the Mets have no pitching, I just think that's completely wrong.
Yeah, I think again, if you're arguing the bullpen, I'll agree, but I can't get behind that if we're talking about the starting pitching. I get it if, in the event, and what scares me obviously is Kodai Senga's health going through a full season. That's when things could get tricky. But outside of that, I mean, again, I'm not too concerned with the starting pitching even then, but yeah, this bullpen they're gonna have to do something about it. Come the trade deadline, and I know it's April, and talking trade deadline might sound ridiculous, but to me, it's clear as day that there's a glaring hole for a high leverage reliever, or at least a middle reliever in this pen.
Yeah, 100%. Because you can't have, with the way that this bullpen is constructed, and it's like if the Mets had a healthy Sean Manaea and he was actually able to give innings, I would say okay, at least I can see how the bullpen works a bit better. But the fact that the Mets only trust Manaea now only in mop up spots, like what we saw in the opening game of the Giants series, that I don't like, because how many times is this Mets team necessarily going to be in a position where they just need cleanup innings? It's not going to be a ton. Well, at least hopefully not. You have Dickie Lovelady, who just, and again, the fact that he was even warming up multiple times this game wanted to make me, punch my computer screen. I'm sorry, even I'm sorry, but just in the situation where the Mets were in, what was it? Where they were in, because I want to do this correctly. I believe it was the bottom of the eighth situation, where they had a chance to tie the game, and ultimately they did come up and tie the game via that Jared Young sacrifice fly, which credit again to Jared Young, another great AB from him. But the fact that they cut to the bullpen and we saw both Devin Williams and Dickie Lovelady warming up, I mean, the fact that you wouldn't have put Devin Williams out there in a 3-2 game is just beyond fucking stupid to me. But again, this is Carlos Mendoza, so we shouldn't be surprised. Even when it was a 3-2 ball game and we saw freaking Lovelady warm up, I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it makes no sense, but this also does, where I wonder how much this ties to the problem that you have that, and, I ran down every reliever in the group chat, like Williams and Weaver, fine. Brooks Raley, love the guy, but apparently they don't want him pitching back-to-back days, and if he can't do that, as much as I don't agree with it from Mendoza, and as much as I would put Raley in that situation, I also understand, I never like to say think about tomorrow, but if you put Raley in that spot and you lose the game and you don't have Raley available for tomorrow, it's it sort of makes sense. This is why you need Minter back. And then, on top of that, Garcia, he was effective today, but, let's call a spade here. None of us trusted the guy going into this outing, and he's a 39-year-old journeyman reliever. None of us trusted this guy going into it. Tobias Myers has been great, but you could barely use him because he has to do what Sean Manaea's role should be, which is to, eat up multiple innings in a close game or a blowout. You're stuck putting him in that situation. Speaking of stuck, Step Bro, you're already running him into the ground a little bit early on into the season, which I think today was more, just not a favorable matchup, but, he's the only effective middle relief guy right now. So because you don't trust Garcia and Brazaban is more of the trustworthy guy, you're in a predicament where how much are you going to run him into the ground? And then, Lovelady should be on the Syracuse revolving door when that starts to get going. So as much as I am not a fan of the way Mendoza handles the bullpen, this bullpen is horribly constructed. It is set up to fail, especially because you are mostly playing with you're playing with a shorthanded roster pretty much every single day because you don't trust Sean Manaea at all.
Yeah, I mean, listen. The thing with the bullpen is, eventually it's going to change. I mean, again, Stearns has said that bullpens are volatile; they'll change from time to time. Again, it still really doesn't excuse them. The fact that the bullpen right now doesn't really look great, because again, you had basically three guys that you can't really trust. Even though credit to Luis Garcia, because he was very effective today, and the fact that he was able to give this bullpen two clean innings of work, that was very impressive. And look, I know we don't trust him right now, but look, I'm hoping he could build off this performance and start to be an effective reliever, because that would massively help out this bullpen if you could have another reliable arm. Obviously, I think Minter, they're saying that the key is for early May, but I mean, for him to hit early May, he's gonna have to start games in the minor leagues pretty soon to start ramping up and stuff. So obviously, like, we'll see what happens for them. Dickie Lovely shouldn't be on the roster again. I'm just thinking that eventually, like, Stearns is pinpointing. Well, I mean, the fact that you can go through the waiver wire or make small trades here and there, but I just think that he's getting prepared for guys like Ross, Lambert, maybe even call up one of the starters like Tong, Scott. And Wenninger has been effective so far in AAA, even though, I don't want to rush him necessarily. Let him develop down there in AAA. You could always use him as a trade target too, to maybe acquire a big time bullpen arm. But yeah, listen, right now with the way the bullpen is constructed, especially with the three guys in the back where you don't trust, Garcia, at least my trust is elevated for him a little bit after today's game, because like I said, the two shutout innings, but I'm not going to lie and say here that I trust Luis Garcia to, come here and be an effective day in, day out reliever. Like I said, from time to time I keep calling Rico Garcia. I mean, again, how nice would it be to have Rico Garcia in this bullpen? But, had to keep Ryan Stanek last year, but that's besides the point.
Yep, had to keep Fat Thor around. I tweeted about that yesterday. But no, because honestly, like, the problem is with bringing up one of the young guys is, I don't know how much they want to affect, stretching these guys out and then having them come up, be relievers, send them back down, go back to starting and mess with that. You really need like one of Lambert or Ross when he gets healthy to thrive in the minor league. So then maybe you have some sort of mainstay in this bullpen, because otherwise, crawl into the trade deadline a similar way you did last year, and then hopefully this year it doesn't flop as much as it did last year with the bullpen acquisitions.
Yeah, I mean, I know the Mets have Craig Kimbrell down there, which I don't really want to see Kimbrell. What's Carl Edwards' numbers looking like down in AAA right now?
They're stretching him out to be a starter also.
Oh, yeah, that's I mean, he's pretty good right now. I mean, he's only had 2 games of 3 ERA.
Austin Warren, I'm telling you.
You got Austin Warren too, but let's see. Let's go through the rest of these comments, because I think we pretty much touched upon everything. Pantry saying we might not be beating good teams, but we are beating crazy good pitchers. Yep, and as you mentioned before with this Skeens, Webb, Gallen. Ken saying, what is going on? Ken, AZ, pretty amazing defense for a bad team. Yeah, they do have a decent defense. Stanley saying starting pitch has been effective. Yeah, I mean, every starter so far has been pretty good, apart from Peterson in that first start in the Giants series. And then this is a good point from Ken too, because this is something that's just, this offense struggled with a lot last year. But the fact that they were able to get 2 runs today off 2 sacrifice flies, that's a good sign. I know the first inning one wasn't like, quote unquote, like fantastic, because when you look at the situation, they had 3 straight singles with no outs. So ideally you want to get more runs in that situation. But Beatty had the sacrifice fly there, and then Jared Young, again, credit to him, came off the bench, pinch hit for Vientos, and then again drove that ball out to right field to tie up the game in the bottom of the 8th inning. So again, that is a very good sign for this offense, that they're able to hit sacrifice flies.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. They lost a ton of games versus the Braves last year, and they weren't good either. Easy saying, what is going on? Mets shit the bed against bad teams last year a lot. Yup. Pantry saying, love Lady Myers, Manaea tomorrow. I mean, yeah, those are probably your bullpen options, and 2 out of the 3 I don't like. And yeah, you're going to need a big start out of Peterson tomorrow. I think the hope is for Peterson, and I talked about with Carson during the game. The hope is that you could get 5 to 6 innings out of Peterson, go get 2 or 3 out of Myers, get you to at least a 7th or 8th inning, and then hope that, Williams should be good to go on back-to-back days, especially since they just had an off day yesterday, so that should be the goal for tomorrow. And then, yeah, as Carson saying, Alvarez was the reason why Peralta started to last longer, cost him 12 bullets in the first. Lindor extended the first inning of the second, too. Mets need to cut the crap, and yep, again, I agree with that. And also, Alvarez had a pretty bad play in the extra innings where it was Vargas up at the plate. You had 1 out, and you had the pop-up, and then Alvarez, I guess, just lost it in the sky or something, or he just didn't take command at all. Like, Alvarez has to do a lot better than him. Again, like we've been saying, his bat has been great so far. He drew a very good walk, and he drew a 2-out walk in the second inning, and then that allowed Lindor to bring him in to put the Mets up 2-0. But Alvy's defense has to severely improve because he's been that good with the blocking and then the challenging as well, because he needs to do a lot better with the challenges.
Yeah, he needs to be a lot better because I could tell you right now, Luis Torrens, and Carson said it before, what was it, yesterday or 2 days ago, whenever it was, Alvarez is lucky that he's hitting right now because Luis Torrens would be coming for his job right now.
Yeah, but at least he's hitting. 5-inning Freddie needs more from him. I agree, Maxwell. Again, I'm not expecting Freddie to be a 7-inning guy, but if he could just give you 6, if he could consistently give you 6 innings of work, you take that. I'm not going to pull up that Andrew because he's probably going to offend somebody because that's the world we live in right now. I like Freddie. He's got great stuff. He's just notorious for the lack of length. Hope he is able to settle in this season and give us quality starts. Yep, 100%. I think he will. And then Carson with the final comment of the night. 4-0 since Mendoza got the glasses. Write the song. I'm not writing a Mendoza song. He doesn't deserve.
Like it's Ride the Lightning. Let's make a song. Let's wear our shirts.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. We can always do that. Where is it?
Yeah!
Yeah. But anyway, guys, that is going to wrap it up. Thank you guys so much for tuning in for today's watch along and post game coverage. Make sure to subscribe for live episodes of the Mets Weekly Podcast following every single regular season series. For those of you watching on playback and want to join the conversation in the future, make sure to turn on post notifications to not miss when we go live for the next game. Which, like I said, guys, at the start of this post game show, I don't expect that there will be a watch along stream tomorrow, just because the no one's really available for that time slot. If there is a change of plans and we do decide to do a watch along stream because one of us becomes available, just make sure you guys keep refreshing the Mets Weekly's page. You'll see if that stream comes up, or if anything, watch out for a community post because Carson might just put out a community post telling everyone that we'll change the plans. But for now, the plan is, like I said, there will be no watch along stream, but there will be a post game stream around 10 o'clock to cover this game. And, of course, the game tomorrow is at 4:10 p.m. David Pearson is on the mound tomorrow for the New York Mets to face Ryan Nelson. And as always, make sure to follow Mets Weekly on X and TikTok. Follow us individually. The links are all down below in the description. As always, guys, let's go Mets, and we'll see you next time. Peace.